Clicked okay, right? Hold on one sec. I gotta check to see. Yeah, okay, I clicked okay. It's gotta be short. Alright, hold on, let me see here. What was I gonna look at? Oh yeah, the VOD. From yesterday. Nothing is muted. Alright, good. Hey, that's nice. That's nice. It's nice to see. Man, I look larger on the other monitor. Man. Big John. Buddy of mine. It's like all the music sources that I've found are no longer making music. I don't know. The curse of O'Bother. Mine, thank you for 6 months in advance. That's crazy, man. 47 months, 6 months in advance. That was last night. That's wild. There's some crazy shit. Chinese food, what are you doing to me? My past couple days, this is what Chinese food does to a diabetic. There's a lot of sugars in them. And I'm like struggling. I also changed infusion sets, so the site's gonna be a little bit more reactive to insulin. I've given insulin, but I also ate, and it had rice in it. So I gave 40 carbs. I'm gonna give another 50, no, how many carbs am I gonna give for that? I gave 40 carbs. It's probably not exactly doing it justice, so I'm gonna give it another 40. We're gonna call that an 80 carb meal. No, that's not an 80 carb, well, it might be an 80 carb meal. That might be an 80 carb meal. It was rice in a bowl with chicken and sauce. It shouldn't be an 80 carb meal. I should crash after the amount of insulin that I'm giving, but it's not gonna happen. I'm gonna end up lingering in the hyperglycemic realm for a while. Kind of neat to just have this up in a browser window though, because it's kind of in my face more. I'm gonna have to get tips from Fadanon about printing glassy-like prints. I haven't returned to that yet. We're gonna finish building the shifter while we're still kind of lingering, while we're still kind of loitering here. And I think that'll finish the shifter. I think that'll finish things up, so I'm gonna get started on that in just a second here. Then we can get this clear and get burn the subs out here. Because we done succeeded. I think I got the feel for it all right. So here's this. Here's this. Here's the old one. Look at this Polymaker dark blue. I like the color. Hey, what's up, RYG? How you doing? Rayford? How are y'all doing? So yeah, this one's fresh off the presses. Look at how, like, the emerald sparkle of it. It's beautiful. Wait, sapphire? Sapphire. Look at the sapphire sparkle off of it. Yeah, this is PETG, and it's Polymaker, and it's their dark blue. I think this is Polymaker purple, translucent purple PETG, but this is their dark translucent blue. And it takes quite a bit of heat to get it to be this dark. This thing undone. Sneak the volume up a little bit there on the music. Not too much. Not too much. You gotta be careful with these things. Like the far away from the mic bit, I've seen people over-exaggerating that lately where you just can't hear it at all. Then there are these streamers who think that explosion noises and stuff, and they really need to run their audio through a compressor, right? They're just running basically on OBS without any plugins, and so they think that explosion noises are going to completely drown out the rest of the stream. And so what they do is they turn the game audio way down, and they say, I'm going to fix it in post when I post it on YouTube. And then I end up watching a YouTube where you can't hear the game at all. Thinking about buying a new phone, tried Samsung, heavily considered Xiaomi. Yeah, I got a Pixel for whatever that's worth. I don't know what you're looking for in a phone. I wanted a flagship phone that was gonna work with all of my diabetes equipment, and I failed about as completely as you can in buying a new phone. About as completely as you possibly can in buying a new phone. Because my phone is not compatible with any of the diabetes equipment because it's new. And I guess healthcare companies don't exactly want new. They don't want new. They want stable. So I'm kind of SOL on that one. Try to get these out of here. I gotta wake up. I'm still tired. I mean, I guess that means I got good sleep. All right? Is that what that means? Is that what that means? When you're tired, you got good sleep. I'm matching up the holes on the bottom with the holes on the top, so that I know the orientation of this piece. So I can pull this off, put it here. I'll probably get it wrong. But 3 holes? Nope, 3 holes. There we go, right next to each other. I think that's it. The purple and the blue are gonna clash. There's nothing I can do about that. Unless I want to reprint everything. Which I don't. Which I really, really don't. I drilled out these holes and opened them up a little bit so that these screws had purchase on the inner piece. Holds it all together, right? Need to get it a PETG. It's really cool because you don't need a cooling fan. So when my cooling fan broke off of my printer, which I have been very negligent in redesigning, I need to redesign the hot end of my printer myself so that it's not... basically, whatever CAD program this person used to design the shifter probably was used to design the hot end of my my 3D printer, which means it has these weirdly curved surfaces all over it, right? Don't really care about camera, good CPU, and best display possible. Yeah, I'm not a phone buff. I buy a really, really expensive phone every 7 years. And then it's $100 a year, basically, for me to have my phone, right? That's my philosophy on it. Just about every decade, I'll buy a new flagship phone. Excuse me, and by the end of things, it's a real dump, the phone is. Because I've replaced the battery, I've replaced the screen, you know. You know, phone things. And that's just how I live my life. I don't have to care about features in phones. Where were we? Where were we? I think it was here, and then this is where, yeah, because the 3 holes, and this goes here to hold the electronics. Even though this piece of sticky material is just not holding up anymore, I probably have to replace that. And then check this out. So the thing that we designed yesterday in Fusion 360 AutoCAD. Let me open up AutoCAD just so I can show the part. Just so I can show the part. Man, the detail people on this stream really kill me. You know, like when I talk about AutoCAD, they're like, excuse me, the product is Fusion 360 version. Jesus, I thought I closed it. Hold on. I did not close it. Oop. Waiting for it to close on the other computer. (7/29/2022). I got like 8 days until I can get stuff. Until I can get all of my diabetes stuff. Or at least until we hit up against insurance saying, why would you want that? I'm not your doctor, but I'm also your doctor. Check again. Why don't these filters stick, you know? Filters do not stick. Stick filters stick. I want to redo my filters every single time I open up that piece of software. My web page. Kind of a piece of software. Is this downloading a new version? God damn it. Come on, Fusion. Come on, Fusion. Let me just have nice things. What is wrong with you people? This is not an uncommon thing in streaming. I don't understand. You know, I fashioned the beginning of stream off of several of my favorite streamers, and they'll have a splash screen up that says, you know, the stream's gonna be starting in a minute. I don't understand. What's up, Copper? How you doing? We got some 3D prints to show off at the beginning of things here. That's why I look like I'm in like a 1990s music video. My Fusion 360 has decided to completely hobble all of my internet capabilities by downloading a new version, which is not any of my choice at all. But I'm just showing off a couple little print things, and then we're gonna get into burn the subs. But for right now, this is the preamble to the stream. We're not doing anything that's related in the title, and I'm just sitting here hanging out with people. So I don't understand why routinely there are 1 or 2 vocal people in chat every stream, and a lot of them are just trying to troll me and just get a reaction out of me. But some of them are genuinely confused as to what's going on because my face is on screen and it says starting soon. But I'll tell you something, those streamers that have a starts in 2 minutes thing with like a countdown timer, they're sitting behind their computer completely silent, just waiting to start. They're just, it's creepy. It's creepy to me. So I'm here. So I'm talking to you guys, like, you know, I could just put something up that has a timer counting down, and I could sit like facing the corner and just like look at the corner for a while, like hype myself up. But that's stupid. I'd rather, and the preamble's important because you need to get people in your chat, you know, give people a chance to gather. So I don't tell one person what the project is, and then we can, you know, we start working on it. Some people can do that. I guess some people with smaller audiences can kind of do that, but I can't. It takes me like a half an hour to explain. Shmide, by the way, I thank you for the 6 months in advance that you did last night. I appreciate that. 6 months of subs in advance. 47 plus 6, hell yeah, 51. Are we good? Are we good, Fusion? Are we good? Are you good? Educator conference. Haha, yeah, I'm an educator. Haha, that's the version I have, educator. That's me. I wonder if some of the stuff that I list that is like under educational gets like pinged every now and then to see if it's legit still, and it's just like clerical. They just like sweep it under the carpet. I don't know how that works. I listed a lot of Twitch stuff, so I don't know if there's like a bill to be foot, if Twitch might be paying the bill for my license. I don't know. I am an educator though. I try to teach you guys how to use Fusion 360. Yeah, so this is the part we designed. This is the part we designed yesterday. This guy right here, this big piece of plastic. And I was gonna drill a hole through the back in order to mount it, but it turns out, because of the way the force is vectored on this thing, because the force is coming from diagonal from over here. Have you been working out lately? Dude, I've been getting fatter. I'm not happy. I've been gaining weight, mostly because of fucking diabetes, right? Draw some stuff while watching. Hell yeah, dude. So yeah, I think I've been gaining weight. I need to tighten the bolts on the diet, do a day of fasting. I need to really tighten that down and get that going, you know? I haven't lost weight. I got a haircut. That's about all I can boast. I think my face has been getting rounder behind the scenes, but the beard hides a lot. I'd probably like double chin if I didn't have the beard. I look slimmer. I'm in clean clothes today. I don't have fucking, you know, stains all over my my pants rather. You know, that's nice. No stains all over the pants, all over the workshop pants. Weight loss by a rage. I can tell you something that like stage fright causes your glucose levels to spike. I don't know if that means that you're not like converting into as much fat, but I'm definitely not thinner. I can tell you that much as somebody who monitors their health pretty closely, which is unfortunate. I hate to shave off the compliment because I do appreciate the compliment, but I'm being real. I'm a realist when it comes to my own body. I'm a realist when it comes to my own body. I was eating with my friends. I'm like, man, I gotta lose weight. I want to be around in like 10 years, you know? And they're like, yeah. Like that's the way we treat these things. As a 26-year diabetic, I don't shy away from talking about my own health, and I need to be careful because I don't want to just talk about my own health. You know, that's also another problem is people who go to psychiatrists a lot. They'll talk about nothing but their own mental health. And while it's well and good to be a realist and you know, be open about it, you can't only talk about that. I had an aunt that did just that. She would just talk about her mental health. And like, it was exhausting. It's good that she was talking about it, but whew. So yeah, I gotta ride that line. Meanwhile, I have a web page open that has all my glucose levels on it. Having just eaten Chinese food. That's not on the camera. Where's my OBS? Where'd it go? That. Glucose levels are going up. It's a bad time to sell glucose levels futures. So yeah, this is the part we designed. Basically, it just inserts into the hex section. And because of the way the sidewalls are on this, it actually links in and it doesn't move. And because of the way the force is on the springs coming diagonally downwards, this does not move. So I have essentially made a clip-in part that holds the springs. I'm pretty excited about that. Sugar hands. Diamond rock sugar crystal hands. Perfecting my pizza dough. I've been meaning to make a Chicago-style pizza for a little while, because I'm not going to be able to buy one. I tried to look around to see what kind of places there were around here, and there's just nothing. And I know it's pizza casserole, but I've never had it, and I'm not going to Chicago anytime soon. So I need to come up with a recipe and like execute it. I haven't had time. I'll do that at some point, but I really want to try Chicago-style pizza, because I got cake pans that'll have the pull-away thing. I just got to get the doughs right, you know? And, you know, a hot enough oven. This, I mean, goddamn, this Polymaker, the Sapphire, oh my God, look at that. Beautiful color. So yeah, this part right here is designed to push against the stalk moving back and forth. I really want like all the other 3D printed colors to have this kind of richness to them. They just don't. I want the orange to have this richness. Yeah, Chicago style deep dish. It's a little different from just regular deep dish. It's more of a casserole than anything else. So, okay, this thing goes in with this facing here. And then we have this piece that's gonna push against the right and left movement. So this is what I printed. Look at this. I had to drill these out a little bit because when I do vertical facing holes on the printer, like if that's the print bed and I'm printing this way, those holes will end up just squishing just a little tiny bit. It's a cheese bowl, is it? I don't know. That's a lot of cheese, you know? I don't think my digestive system should really be subject to that kind of thing. Look at that. Look at that fitment. Look at it. Look at it, chat. You can't coach that. That's pure skill. Look. Pure skill. Yes. Yes. Feast your eyes upon what I've created. I like this channel. Hey, you know. Isn't it like highly controversial? There's like a Jon Stewart rant about Chicago pizza. about whether or not it's just a, because he's the one that puts the argument for that it's just a casserole. Which I don't disagree with. I don't, you know, I'm not trying to make a pizza. I'm trying to make a Chicago-style deep dish pizza. I haven't put this fully together yet. I think I tested it out, but it was all misaligned. So now, it hits a little early. It should hit a little further up. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like I need caps for the springs. I need caps for the springs because it hits a little late. It hits down here, which is like 3 millimeters before where it should hit. Maybe 2. So here's an idea. I could either put silicone pads on it right now, or I could print a little, I'm gonna make a little thing for it. Here. Oh, that glucose level. That's not the right screen anyway. It's gonna keep going up. It'll come down eventually, but... So I need like a little cap on these things. Let's see. Let's do... So let's do something that sticks into the spring, and I can base it off of this sketch. Oops. Yeah, the stream hasn't started. I know this is confusing because I'm actually working on stuff. I'm working on stuff in relation to the project. I need that inner radius. How am I gonna figure that out? The inner radius of the spring. Let me pop this thing open and figure it out. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I want this. I want this, and I want to figure out the inner radius of the spring so that I can make something that just sticks in there. It's Yeti65! Thank you for the 3 months! Dude, I appreciate that. So we're going to extrude using that outer radius there that I've already set up. I just need to know the inner radius of these things so I can make just basically a post that sticks into the thing and has a 2 millimeter bumper on it. And then if I need to, I can print more. I can make them a little thicker. I can make it thick as a bowl of oatmeal if I want to. I guess calipers for this one. I don't, you know, nothing I have that measures inner radius because this is small. I could try to match it up to like a metric bolt, but we'll just do this. So it's actually, it's 4 millimeters. That works. 4 millimeters works. So we'll just make a little 4 mil hole. Like that. Finish the sketch. So now I have all of the geometries that I need, and I can get rid of some of the components that are in the way of our doing this. And we'll actually review. Let's pull these back up. And then we don't need the body in there. This is a complicated and weird drawing that we've created, huh? My sketch I need, not that one, this one. And then I'm going to extrude this, and then I go from the start position, from object, select that face. How far in are we gonna go? Do 4 millimeters. And we're gonna create a new body. And then I'm going to unview the spring because I don't need it anymore. And I still need my sketch though. Sketch still in there. The spring that we're looking at, I'm gonna get rid of. And then we're going to extrude this, oh, gotta be careful, get that little one right there, and this. From here, nope. No, not that, nope. Extent, distance, start, object, select, it's gone, because we already have this. Let's turn that back to 0. There we go. And then select the object here and go 2 millimeters, oh, -2 rather, -2. And that's a join operation. So that'll be just a little peg that fits in the end of the spring. I could make it like hug the outside of the spring if I want. I might actually do that. Make it just like a whole cap. What if we extrude this from the object here and we go 4 millimeter? I just got these like little target plugs. This needs to be much wider though. So that's got to be like a press pull, and I'll hit that, and I'll go like -1. -0.5 is actually kind of huge, so maybe 0.6, because it's going to hug the inside of it. This piece is going to be the press fit. This will just be, it's just there. All right, appearance menu. Just make that whole body whatever color the rest of the thing is. Close, just so it doesn't look like metal. And then we can pull the spring back in along with everybody else. We don't need the sketch anymore. Let's see. What settings am I going to use to print this? I mean, I want to print it now. Yeah, this is kind of the power of like a good Fusion 360 drawing, is that you can come up with this stuff on the fly and then 3D print it. Vestigial nub. Listen. I don't care what you call me in your own time. We've had a lot of work into this project, just so you should know. And I've tried to teach people along the way. You can't see the thing there because it's all the way inside of the other solid. This is set up so that it's tilted to the degree where we can, whatever it is, we've got, this is tilted right now so that we're in the reverse section where it should be hitting up against the springs. For some reason, it's not hitting up against the springs. Our measurements are just kind of weird. So what I'm doing is I'm making a 2mm cap on the end. Our 3D design is not really going to reflect exactly what's going on, but it should hit up once I'm in the right part of the gear. Because this is why I built this way, so that I could actually adjust something and put something there. So this would be nubbling. R-nub. That's the game I'm programming. Save as a mesh. We'll put that on the desktop. We'll put it in temp prints. Always got to have that folder. And then somewhere on this desktop is Super Slicer. I'll keep chat up here. Maybe not that desktop. Hold on. I got to pull my windows back up. I lost everything. Okay. Let's see. Where did I put it? It's probably. I'll just do it this way. Go to the desktop. Super Slicer. Super Slicer. Now, the last thing we were trying to do with Super Slicer was to create a very, very clear print, and we didn't really succeed in creating a very clear print. We're in the millennial howling, the millennial yodeling stage of the song right now. It's like, stop it! I'm trying to talk. Anyway, so PETG Polymaker super clear. No, thank you. Let's go back to our old settings. 0.3, and then I need to check 18 support on build plate, print settings 643, that's good, and change any of that. The filament settings 275, that's a little warm for the black plastic. Let's bring it down to 265. I'm gonna take it down 10 degrees. This is just from my knowledge. Now this might seem like, you know, magic is what I'm doing, right? I'm just pulling numbers out of nowhere, right? I'm not just pulling numbers out of nowhere for this. I'm basically relying on previous experience with this filament. You're not allowed to comment on the stream starting soon if you haven't subbed. All right, so there's that. Let's do this. And let's go back to the desktop and go to temp prints. I didn't think I'd have to do this at the beginning, but here we are. So let's put the nub on here. Yeah, haha, so funny. You know, it's actually very annoying. People think, haha, I'm being a funny troll. You're not. All right, so duplicate. So I'm gonna make 4 of these. I'm making 4 just so that my printer has other stuff to do, because otherwise it's going to overheat. So I want to send my printer to other places in order to keep it from overheating. So those are still, I mean, those are going to print pretty quickly. Let's see how quickly they'll. 10 minutes. All right, so here's the other part. Fire up the printer. We can literally wait for this part while the stream is still starting. I don't have to start the stream. These are going to be in the clear blue because I can't be asked to change filaments. Actually, I have cold feet about that inner radius. 4 millimeters. I don't know if that's gonna... Let me find an M4 screw real quick before I commit to this 10 minutes. I'm gonna find an M4 bolt and see if that is a tight fit. And if it is, well, this is a 5. All right, I need an M4. I have an M4 in like a bolt bin. Ugh. Hold on, there's got to be something 4 millimeters around here somewhere. That looks like M4. What are you? That's 3.9. All right, how does that fit in? Oh, that's a loose fit. All right. So 4 millimeters is totally fine. Although I measured 3.95, but that's threads. 3.98. Yeah. Okay, so 4 millimeter, and hopefully that doesn't pop out when this thing compresses and decompresses when I flip it out of gear. So let's connect. Let's make sure Octoprint is connected and everything. Octoprint is the Raspberry Pi that runs my printer. So go to the local IP address. It's gonna pull up all my printer information. It still thinks it's connected. That's cute. Go over to Clipper, and then we reset the firmware. Yeah, you can say filament profile. It's a filament profile, and then it's a print profile. So you got 2 different profiles you can call upon. All right, that thing is connected. I don't trust it to just connect. I need to actually get the BL touch to deploy. Listen for clicking noises. Don't hear anything. BL touch down. There's the click. Back up. Click again. And I can hear. You guys can see it. I need to find where I put my OBS. OBS, is that you? Oh, it's very hard to see. Hold on. This would be this cam, properties, configure video. I need to brighten it up a little bit. Not brightness brighten. I mean, I need to do the exposure, and then I need to turn the gain up because there's no independent lights on this. I can move a light over to it, but and then I'm not sponsored by not sponsored by White Claw. I have to put something over that. The gantry is like very high on this thing. All right, so that's all ready to go. Yeah, BL Touch is tough. There's a hex key on the back of it that you use to adjust it, but you need to be extremely cautious with that hex key. Extremely cautious. Because it is almost just random. It's all right, export to the printer and print. We got heat coming in here on burn the subs cam. Here comes the gantry from space. It's all the way up in space because it was printing the big hex thing. I'll move the camera a little bit so we get a better view. Hold on. Slightly better view. Yep. Here it comes! It's coming! Everybody look out! There it is. So I need to get that script that I saw where they actually made it 1 in every 10 prints does the full leveling process. Unfortunately for us, we are going to go through the full leveling process, which takes just an annoying amount of time. That 10 minutes is actually kind of a lie. It's going to take a little longer. Also, while this is happening, I mean, everything's warming up, so it takes a little while for it to get up to temperature too. Both things are heating up. We got a little bit of movement, on the graphs. They're getting there. They'll get there eventually. So 10 minutes is a little bit of a lie. Yeah, we'll just take this through the intro, and I'll have my little nubs, and then we can put this shifter to bed. 2 millimeters is going to get me, hopefully, into. I didn't exactly do a full triangle equation on the thing, but I think that 2 millimeters is going to get it so that I feel the springs hitting right when I'm in front of the gears that I want to be in front of. The alternative is I have some kind of a roller wheel on a spring that springs upwards so that it kind of clicks over. I don't really know exactly how to make that work, but that would be the alternative to this, and I don't have any good ideas for it. So, but that's more akin to what they actually have in the real thing. Uh-oh, what's going on music-wise? This is still the same mix, right? Yeah. Big John, Costa Rica, Casa de Bellin. Casa. 3D printer starts soon. Any minute now. I probably should move the camera to the other side of the printer, and that way burn the subs in the background. Try doing that. Let me try doing that. See if I can do that without interfering with the printer at all. Gotta undo the claw. The claw! Claw is a claw. Unless that claw is the famous... Unless that claw is the famous... Mr. Claw, Kennedy Claw, Mr. Right Hand Claw. Okay, let's get this over here. Move you a little bit. So it can be a little bit over the bed. And down low. Get down low. Have it a little bit like... maybe not. I don't know. Hold on. You guys need to be down low so you can actually see the printer. There we go. Now that's gonna maybe get hit by the print bed. I gotta see if the print bed hits it when it gets to the next set of points. There's like cobwebs on the printer that have taken on this like plastic dust that it appears to create. Oh, that's gonna hit. I gotta move you guys back just a little bit like that. Might still hit. Oh no, you guys are loose. Loose is loose. And then there we go. Nub printing, go. Oh yeah, it's got to level the two ends. Oh no, that's just a home operation. Here's our run out under chat. Yeah, 3D printing spiders. BTS is not up. Please don't spread misinformation. Oh yeah, it's gonna do a radius around the entire thing, huh? That'll get it nice and warmed up for printing. Ooh, got little stringies. The printer's been doing really well lately, so I don't know if having people watch it is gonna cause it to be all crappy. It might. Having people watch it might make it nervous and make it not print properly. Now it's in focus. How about that? Circles. I need to put like a light or two under it so you can see what it's doing. There's no lighting under there, so you can't really see how disgusting the hot end is. Maybe I can do like a white LED on a stalk or something. Oh, what is that? I'm printing very small parts right now, so they're going to be prone to pretty disastrous errors. Hopefully we get one good one, or two good ones out of this. Sorry, two good ones out of this. 2 out of the 4, you know? That's what I'm booting. That's what I'm rooting for. Go, little printer, you can do it. Yeah, so I still have to print out the water jackets, and we'll get into that kind of stuff when we get the stream actually started. I'm wrapping up yesterday's project right now. That's why we got to start soon going on. I could put a timer up on screen and I could just sit here silently, or I could actually talk to you guys. How long does Octoprint think it's going to take? 10 minutes from now. No, I have, what is it called? I have a plugin that does better print estimate time, so it is actually going to be 10 minutes from now. It's based on previous experience that the printer has. You should get that plugin. It's for Octoprint, and it basically just it fixes the estimation times. I don't know. I was looking at my plugins. Gonna bother this thing. Hold on, let me look at it. Print Time Genius is what it's called. Print Time Genius. Print time is one word. Why do slicers have so many issues with estimations? There's a lot that goes into G-code. There's a lot that goes into G-code. I mean, you know, people have been getting better about them, at least. Technically, all the numbers are there to give you exactly what should happen, because they give you the rates of movement and the movement areas and all that stuff, but you don't necessarily get real world, you know, like, I don't know. There's a lot that goes into it. Estimation is tough. But they've been getting better about it. They've been getting better about it. I want to build a mech suit. What would you guys do with a mech suit? Like a 10-foot tall mech suit? Maybe like 30 feet tall. So you have like a little cabin that you can sit in. You wouldn't want to. No, you don't want to just destroy stuff, because they could blow you up real easily, right? I want to go to Mount Everest. I wanted to have like a week-long running time, so I could go to Mount Everest and be the first person in a mech suit to climb Everest. And then I could yeet all the corpses on Everest down. I could just yeet them down. Maybe bring like a human-sized like Mattel what do they call it? Matchbox car track. And I could throw all the trash on Everest down a big slide while sipping tea. In my heated cabin that's pressurized. The first mech suit to reach the peak of Everest. And the first mech suit the government would have to beg to stop throwing corpses down like Donkey Kong. Yeet millionaire corpses down. How would you power it? How else? Nuclear. Hey, they you know, hey, I'll figure it out. You need some kind of an otherworldly power source. You ain't just gonna do solar up there, you know? They got those, you know, you can do that in Kerbal with the nuclear battery thing they got on the Mars thing. Yeah, they're working on nuclear cell phone batteries and stuff. What are they using? Like nuclear gas with some kind of a substrate. Back to the Future style, throw all the corpses into some kind of a burner. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't want it to be that big, you know. When do we get the first person doing something like that? Like climbing like a major thing with like mech legs? Because they got, you know, MIT already has those mech legs for like assisting soldiers in loading and unloading stuff and to aid in fatigue and things like that. There's also that one where it's like the integrated seat where the leg, it's not like an assist, it's not like a mech assist. It's something that you wear on your legs, and if you go to take a seat, it supports you. But it doesn't have anything that comes out like at the bottom. It's not like a stool, which is, I don't know, it's a solution looking for a problem, but it's like you can kind of like pseudo sit down with them and ease fatigue, which I'm sure they're going to deploy for cashiers, because for some reason in this country, a cashier cannot sit down, which is weird. It's very weird that we don't allow people to sit down on the job. But they apparently there's apparently this seat thing that straps to your legs, and it looks like those assistant, you know, the MIT mech assistant legs, but instead it's actually it has like a catch that stops your knees from bending a certain amount, and, you know, locks up the ankles and all that stuff. So it feels like you're sitting in a chair, which is crazy. It's a little weird. We're almost there. We're 78% through. So this is what you guys saw at the beginning of the actual stream, not the beginning of the project, but the beginning of the stream, was a little bit of a tweak and tune. I hadn't put together the shifter before that, and it seems as though the springs were contacting a little bit too late. So I need them to contact a little bit earlier. So what I'm doing is I am making a little plug that fits on the end. Now, I didn't factor in the width of the plug, so I don't know if it's actually going to catch or what. Mount Denali has the largest relief top to bottom. What? What do you mean by relief? What does that mean? Like it would be the largest object to climb, not the highest. Printing. Piece by piece. Yeah, if you climb the face is the longest climb. Okay. These are going to be pretty solid pieces, aren't they? I mean, 4 millimeters is just kind of like a generic number for me to put on these things. If I really wanted to, I could have done a whole spring guide for the whole thing, and that would kind of contain it a little better. And it would be nice to be able to do like a preload on the springs, but then you need to have like a piston go through, so that doesn't really work out all that well for this. If I centered where the spring was and I made something that kind of caught like the piston area, maybe I could make that work. Like if I did like the center here would push up against something. These two pieces. I guess I could do something like that if I wanted to have preload, because then I could have a piston stick out of here. Or a screw, you know, whatever, however far you screw the thing in. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know those little fold-out chairs are a thing, but this is something so you can walk around, and then if you want to sit, you just kind of lean back, and it just kind of like stiffens. It's a very dystopian kind of thing. Cujo26, hey, thank you for subbing. Look at new sub. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Maybe that sick ab raid like right after we ended stream yesterday. That was frustrating. Probably for sick ab more than anybody else. I didn't exactly communicate that I was done early, you know. Cool thing. Yeah, well, this is from Thingiverse actually. This shifter, I pulled some of the parts into Fusion, and I actually doing this part right here, like making like a circular shell isn't that hard, but giving it a pattern is like impossible. It's so weird. It's so weird how Fusion doesn't work in radiuses very well. But we did a little modification to the middle piece of this design. This design is by CT3D. CET3D. Sorry, CET3D made the shifter design. It's for sim racing, right? Well, shifter design for sim racing. I don't know if it's OSSH or if it's CET3D, I think is the website. But I took some of the parts into Fusion so that I could make minor modifications to them because the remixes and stuff weren't quite doing it for me. So I had to make a series of modifications in order to make, you know, one singular bearing, or sorry, two bearings in the bottom piece here, and then support the bearings that I had on the other axis. Then I had to expand the clearance for that piece there that goes forwards and backwards. And then, in order to make it feel like my car, no, I don't sim race. I sim drive a luxury car. The building stuff is actually more fun for me than anything else. But I did, you know, sim racing as far as my summer car goes. I sim luxury car. What we're doing right now is I'm trying to make a reverse kind of lockout scheme that feels, it at least gives you the style of haptic feedback that BMW gives you. And what BMW gives you is, oh, we didn't get to see it finish. What BMW gives you is, it gives you, like, when you go into reverse, it stops moving, you kind of hit a wall, and then you have to force it over to the side. It goes click, click, as you force it over to the side. And the way that it's actually doing that is with a ramp, and you have a ball detent, and then the ball detent hits it, and it goes click, click, and that's all that resistance that you feel. We're not exactly replicating that. What we're doing is we're just sticking a couple springs on the end to try to make it feel good enough. Oops, hold on, all the wrong camera angles. We're trying to get it good enough, right? So what I've done is a couple measurements, putting some of these parts together. And I created this insert that goes into one of the frankly hideous looking hex pattern openings on the outside of this thing. I wanted the internal mechanism to be more visible because it's kind of cool looking, and I decided to use a hex pattern because it prints easily, but this doesn't look good. This looks like grandma's radiator grill. So anyway, whatever. I built a piece that kind of like fits into it right there that we can push up against. Then we can be done with this project and I can start the stream. Straight up don't remember if I reverse lockout. Yeah, I don't know what the mechanism is in BMW. It's probably something in the transmission. But there's no like lockout solenoid. So we gotta wait for this to cool right now. We gotta wait for this to cool. I need these two lines to hit the same point, and then I'll be able to extract the part from the bed without compromising the bed. With PETG, it tends to really link into stuff. It really gets in there, right? Especially glass. It sticks perfectly to glass, which is insane. It's a problem though, because it'll grab the crystal structure of the glass and it'll pull it out. It'll pull out crystals of the glass because of the heating and cooling cycle and all that stuff. So what I have to do is I gotta wait until this thing cools down enough so that it naturally parts itself from the glass, and that'll improve the longevity of the surface that I'm using. You have to pull yeah, I don't like pulling the shifter up. I don't like that. So instead, I'm trying to replicate at least just a large amount of force needed to go into reverse. And that way I get all the communications that I need. We did the My Summer Car Rally, which is like a pretty serious race. It's a pretty awful rally race. But I was in third and I had to drop to second to make a hairpin, and I was not confident on my ability to find second because I had no such feedback for the reverse lockout. So I need feedback for the reverse lockout. It would be nice if I could make this thing, this piston thing that I'm building, have like a crunch to it. I still need to get comfortable with the wheel in my summer car. Best way to do that is to just play the game with the wheel. That's it. You just play the game with the wheel. And you'll find that you're going like twice, 3 times the speed on the back roads. I almost turn off feedback though. I almost turn off feedback because you don't need to fight 2 things at once in that game. VW pushdown? Yeah, I guess I could have done something like that. That's what TurboNad was suggesting, that I do one of those things. But first and foremost, I want to get this system running. You know, make it feel like my BMW. And everybody's like, I drive a terrible car. Look, man, I drive like a 1999 BMW, all right? It's not even, it's in that era that nobody wants. I would love to find an E39 wagon. I want an E39 wagon, but I can't find one. So no, not E39, E46 wagon. Sorry, I have an E39 wagon. Nobody really wants them. No, E36 wagon is just about the best looking wagon on the road. IMO. Am I gonna endlessly fucking be hearing about heated seats like I am English versus metric? Is that what's going on? Is that what's gonna happen from now on? Every time I mention the make and model of my car, somebody's gonna bring up fucking pay to win heated seats. You like the E39 too? It's a little jelly bean era for me. I don't mind it because I own one and I have to be confident. E39 also stressed over driving dynamics. They stressed cargo capability. So the back of my car has a slightly different suspension geometry to it, and it's actually on airbags so that it can level itself. That car does not feel like it's a cargo vehicle until you hit 100 miles an hour, and then it wakes up. It becomes a really nice car. I was thinking about that too. Yeah, it's Yiddy. I was thinking about that too. I was thinking along the degree of, here, hold on, where's this? I was thinking that I could water cool the bed. If I was doing like production printing, I was wondering if I could do a water cool hot end and then do a water cool bed and then have a valve activate at the end of the print so that it could kick up like a radiator with a fan on it and then run water through the thing and cause it to fall back down to room temperature at a much higher rate. It's a weird idea, but I think it would be fun. Really, Alpha's just hasn't exploded yet. I had a buddy who, an old man friend who fixed up Alphas, and he had the coolest fucking setup I've ever seen anybody ever have. And I probably should have gone into banking. I think he was into, well, no, I think he was a little bit engineering because he would talk about power transmission and stuff like that. But anyway, he had the coolest setup ever. It was a little farmhouse on like a hill in a forest, right? And you drive up the long gravel driveway to the house, and it's like, this guy works on Alphas? This is just like a normal like Pennsylvania kind of like farmy sort of suburban-y house. And then you would walk back over the grass past the chicken coop, and there was a dirt floor garage littered with Alfa Romeos, and it had a pit in the middle of it too to work on cars. Oh, so good. What a cool place. What a cool place. Ah! We're almost there. Yeah, it's like every time, he would show the cars and stuff, right? So every time he'd show a car, I think he'd have to drive it out over the grass to get it out, which is wild. That's just wild. Absolutely wild. The prospect of owning an Alpha in America is very, very limited. I would love to, though. One of those nice boxy 80s ones. I don't know if I can afford to have a car that'll just randomly leave me on the side of the road, though. Where did my Windex go? We're going to try the Windex method. I was thinking fan-cooled, water-cooled sound good. I mean, you got to take it to an extreme, right? You got to take it to a bit of an extreme. There is a fan sitting under this thing. It's just not blowing on it. The other way to get PETG off is to spritz it with Windex. Windex has some detergents in it and stuff that will allow the print to separate from the bed slightly more easily. I've had mixed results with this. I think the main advantage of it, though, is that it cools things. The whatever the cleaning solution is in it will cool, and you can see it's steaming. Yeah, see that? It broke them off just as easy. Also, it has the advantage of then cleaning your glass. I'm gonna get a little piece of paper towel on that. Just give it a little rub. Doot, 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 doot. All right, we're almost done with the intro here. I just wanted to finish up yesterday's project. So we actually had some results. Now, I'm not going to be able to stream on Saturday this week. I'm pretty miffed about that. But in the meantime, I'm going to get SnowRunners working with the wheel. Because I know how to do it now, I think. Hopefully I can get that all tuned up so that we can have just like a nice long Saturday trucking stream in the future. Or maybe a midweek gaming stream. No, it won't crack the glass. What's that? Pulled my Mitsubishi into a VW dealership and the sales dude said, Hans said, whose television is this? I don't know. Mitsubishi, well, Mitsubishi's in the States. Mitsubishi doesn't care about the United States. I'll say it. They just don't care. You can get really good warranties on them here. But I don't think they give a shit about the United States sales. I just don't think they do. The guy I go to is a quiet old Italian guy living in South Africa. You walk into his dinky old workshop in the suburbs, see like Alfa Romeo on the lift next to a vintage Ferrari. Dude's ancient, like my grandpa. Car serviced by that guy before I inherited from him. That's awesome. That's cool, man. I like car shops with a lot of personality. One of the ones that I go to, I'm gonna get rid of starting soon because it's over chat. One of the ones that I go to, they have their dog sitting in the front of the shop, just hanging out. I want to call the dog dog meat, but I don't. All right, so out of the 4, I think 2 of them look okay. These 2 look okay. They're a little distorted still, but I might be able to get them to fit over. Yeah, it's such a chill dog. It just hangs out. Shop dogs are awesome. All right, so to clean 3D prints, especially PETG, I have a couple different things that I use. I might as well, damn it. All right, fine. I'll fade out the music. It's getting to the time when I started early and now I'm going late for stream starting. So I'll just force the issue. We're running out of mix anyway. Yeah, 2 out of 4 for small parts. You want to do them in multiples so that your printer's doing a lot of stuff in between layers. Otherwise, you get a lot of the stuff that I have on these, which is like little melty pieces that need to be pried off. And because you're using PETG, this stuff is extremely sticky. And so it's very, very annoying to work with. Very sticky and very difficult to work with. And so when you're prying it apart and stuff like that, I'll use tools like this that have just really, really grippy surfaces on them in order to just really wrench things apart. Yeah, I knew I'd have trouble with this. Actually, that fits on pretty nicely, to be honest. Twisting it helps with springs. There we go. Look at that. This is looking like some Dr. Robotnik shit. I think I'm slowly becoming Jim Carrey. I'm gonna go fight Sonic. I'll be right back. This shit is looking Sonic and Tails, kind of Sonic and Knuckles kind of shit. Man, Sonic and Knuckles slapped so hard as a kid. I had one friend who had that. ASA. I haven't worked with a lot of materials, let me tell you right now. I've basically found PETG, and it's so lazy that I've just worked with it from then on. That's it. That's it. That's my story. I found PETG, and it's so goddamn lazy that I have not bothered to change materials at all. I have a little bit of ABS that I want to do I'll call it a secret project because I don't think Twitch would be too happy with what I was building. But aside from that, I mean, I've got a bunch of PLA that I used for the clock project, but that didn't really, not a lot came out of that, so. All right, so using this as my marker for where this thing goes. This goes right here. Pushing it directly in doesn't work because of the geometry of everything. So what I need to do is tilt it, and then I can tilt it in. So I basically lock one end in, and then I tilt the piece, and it ends up falling into place. So just like that. Because it actually has, it won't fall out with too much pressure on this side. It's pretty cool. It's what keeps it in there. It's got like a little dovetail lock that I didn't intend on engineering into it. God, this is you can't see it because it's dark and it's shiny. It's great. I love it. So now we have two little sonic bounce pads going on here, huh? Let's see what that does. Bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum. We're supposed to be assessing where burn the subs is, so I want to get all this stuff off of the table. So I just want to finish this, and then we can move on. Well, this is like a weird assembly here, huh? A weird assembly. Who knew that we would make something weird on this stream? But yeah, new people. We got some new people here talking about how cool this place is. We got some old people talking about how I've lost weight, which is a lie. For the new people, this is part of my simulator setup. Strictly speaking, it is a simulator racing setup, I guess. But what I've tried to do is replicate all the comforts of my normal car in this simulator setup. So we're using real car parts in order to put everything together. Now, I've tried to get a shifter on there, and I've got an E46 Steptronic shifter, but it didn't really work out all that well. Why do I keep needing to tighten this? The E46 Steptronic shifter didn't really work out all that well, and the reason behind that is because it didn't exactly engage in gears properly. You see, we reverse engineered a lot of the components here, and reverse engineering digital protocols, and we turn those protocols into a bus system for the entire thing. So the basically the system had trouble sending button presses fast enough for the Steptronic to make sense. Also, in vain of the rest of the thing, I had trouble with the Steptronic system. I had actually a lot of trouble reconciling what direction was what. What direction am I going to shift in? Which way is the next gear? Is it this way or is it that way? Uh-oh. And then I'd mess up. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That's not beans. That works well-ish. I mean, okay, so here's the deal. All the way up here, right, when I've got all this leverage, this hits soft. It doesn't hit hard. I need it to be like a clunk, and that means preloading the spring. But in terms of feedback, that's good. I don't want to, it's going to pop out and stuff will get weird. So I'm going to put all the screws on the perimeter here. Put all the screws in. But I think that'll be good. I think the system that we've come up with, my little Sonic the Hedgehog springs here, will be good. I would like to preload them a little bit more, though. I would like to have that ability because the spring rate is not enough at a standstill. I would rather have it hit up against something that feels like I need a significant amount of force to move it again. And if I wanted to linearize that amount of force, I probably need a ball detent. That doesn't linearize it. That just makes it so that there's like a force crest that you have to get over. I won the junior rally in MSC without it, so I can do it again. Because we had a pretty bad experience last stream with it. Just because I was not confident in getting into the right shift positions. There's a couple little improvements that we've done to this thing. I've done a couple little things. And one of the little things is on the shifter, I have put harder springs in, and now I've got a reverse lockout. Now I tried to do it with the shelf detents, and that gave it a little bit more of a clunk feel to it, but didn't quite accomplish what I was looking for. I could probably put that back in. Well, no, I don't think that would fit at this point. Yeah, I could try to engineer it back in and give it kind of a clunk. Probably would be a good idea, but I didn't end up doing that. So we'll just leave it as it is right now. We'll just leave it as it is right now. What was the other thing that I did? I think I did 2 things. What was the other thing that I did? Well, that's 3. We've done 3 things. I've done harder springs. I've done the reverse lockout. I do something with the pedals? What did I do with the pedals? We already moved the pedals previously. Did I do something again with them, though? I don't think I did. I don't think I adjusted anything with those. No, I don't think I did anything with those. I was going to move the gas pedal a little closer, but I don't think I need to do that anymore. What else did I do? I think this is it. I think this is all that I've done. All I've done is work on this stupid shifter since last time. But it is enough of an improvement. And this is like, damn, this is professional. I love the little dovetail mount on this thing. I love how it fits in like that. So I'm going to reattach this to the base, and I'll see how that feels quickly. And then we'll get into burn the subs. I'll clean off the desk. We'll get into burn the subs. These screws also seem to be fitting tighter, although that could just be a weird impression that I'm getting. They could be gripping the outside shell more than the inside. That might be giving me the impression that they're actually screwing in. I did drill out the holes, but I don't think I drilled them out large enough. And unfortunately, I can't make like a recess for these. I wish I could, because they need like a little recess so that they can get more threads into these things that they screw into. But Fusion 360 is really, really bad at doing radial stuff. So putting a screw hole around a radius, it's like pulling teeth. I don't know if I can go back to the original drawing and figure out where I put those screw holes down and then modify the screw hole to have a little bit of a recess on it. I don't think so, because I think I did like cylindrical cutouts instead of using the screw tool. What a pain in the butt, Fusion. You need a radial mode. Where did the links go for this that hold it into the base? Are they gone? Are they gone? Where does this one go? I missed one. There it is. I found it. I found it. I found it. There's a doorbell ringing. Oh, that is. Get that in there. Oh, they're there. I see them. I see them. They're all the way over there. Yeah, the person who made this did a pretty decent job giving it a lot of the features that you would expect. Man, it is really shiny, isn't it? Look at how shiny that is. This is what we had before. It was kind of shiny, but it was a lot lighter colored. But like the dark blue, the shininess was really weird. Kind of cool. Less pastel palette from the centerpiece. But man, what a weird color scheme I've come up with this thing. We had the happy accident where I was printing purple and I ran out of filament, and so I replaced it with black. I made this perfect topper on the shifter. Anyway, all right, let's see. These two and these two. The person who designed this gave it these nice little cutouts for bolts, and they're actually made to be captured. They actually have like a plastic piece that you can bolt above it to keep these in place. Now, I don't really need that. These kind of stick around anyway. And because of the hex pattern that I put in, I didn't even mean for it to be this way. I can get a wrench exactly diagonally down and get right to these things. And where is that wrench? There it is. I needs the wrench. Put that down there like that. And I can get the little cleat in there. Could you do plane tangent to surface for plane tangent to surface, sketch there, extrude the screw hole, do a circular pattern with the, oh my God. I'm not sure. The way that we did it, and I'll show that, hold on, I'll show you in a second. Let me just get this other one in. Tweezers are a very important little piece to this whole thing. I do kind of want to revisit putting the clicking sensation back into this, but I gotta put the kibosh on this project eventually, right? I can't be a Chris Roberts. I can't get everything I want all the time. I need to just say this is done. So that's where I am with this. Like having a significant amount of resistance to get into the gear is sort of the last piece, and I'm not going to go further than that. if I was a real crazy person with this, I would probably try to engineer something that I could 3D print that would be like a pull spring and maybe a wheel or something. But let's not go that far. That's what the other one has. The sequential shifter, the actual BMW sequential shifter, it's got all this plastic mechanism to the motion of the stick. And when the stick goes to reverse, it has a thing springing down. I don't think it's a ball. It might be a ball roller, but it might just be like a piece of plastic that has to climb up onto a little hill in order to get you into reverse. So that's how we could potentially engineer the proper feel for the reverse gear. All right, so that's ready to go in. Now, in terms of the way that we did this, I go to this scene, and then I do this. And so the way that I built this, and I really don't like this pattern. I would like to come up with more of an asymmetrical pattern to this thing, because I think that would look a lot better. Like if it was like one post on one side and then like two on the other, you know, it would look a little bit cooler if it was like that. It'd be cool if you looked like that. But instead, I just, because this person used a piece of PVC, and it was international PVC. It wasn't American PVC. So what they used is a metric standard, and so a lot of people had trouble finding a metric standard PVC, and so somebody did a remix with the right tube. I just measured it and then made it in Fusion 360 because it's really easy to make a tube. When it came to making the pattern, though, things kind of fell apart. I have a tool that does, it's like somebody's GitHub project that makes infill patterns on flat surfaces. So what I did, we started all the way back here with a sketch. I made a sketch, and I gotta look at how we gotta visible the sketch. The sketch is literally just that. I don't think that's how we actually made it, though. Oh no, that is how I made this. So I made a cylinder, and then I pulled in a part. Oh yeah, that part is for the holes for the bottom. Pulled in another part. What is that? That's the top. So those are the two hole things. Lock the positions, make all the holes. Then I pull in a pattern that I made elsewhere. So this is Grandma's radiator grill. Grandma's had this over her radiator since 1962. So we took that, and then we wrapped it around, I believe, the solid. I moved it there. I don't know what the sketch is doing. We used it as an embossment pattern, and that embossment pattern can wrap around the geometry, and that's how I was able to do that. So I guess these screw holes I could have revisited and given them a little bit of a lip. I maybe if I ever make this thing again, which I doubt I will, I'll have to revisit this drawing and give these just a little bit of a countersink, you know, or something. What command is wrapping around? It's emboss. We used this as a pattern to emboss this solid. So we had to do a bunch of equations. Well, actually, it gives you the measurements. You do the diameter, right? You make this the height and the diameter length, and then you emboss it over top of it. And it actually made a big seam right here, which is just something I had to get over. I had to get over the seam right there. That seam is just the difference between this and the other one on the other side. Yeah, that was the best way we could figure out how to do it. I don't know if there's a better way, but that's how you wrap a pattern around a cylinder, I guess. I don't know, though. There's probably a better way to do it, to be honest. But that also gave all of the cut-in patterns. They basically cut in from the center and you know, got smaller as they went. So I don't know. I guess it worked. It looks like shit. It looks like a Pure One Imports candle, right? It looks like it should say "Live, Laugh, Love" on it, but whatever. I hate it. But we're using it anyway. All right, so let me see if, oh God, component is out of date. I'm not gonna bother with that. Let's just see what it feels like in the real thing, huh? Basically what we did today is we made these little, you can't see anything because I don't have light in here. I made these little bumpers for the ends of this thing. So these little bumpers just push it out a little further so that when I actually feel this thing fighting me, I'm sort of above the gear that I need to be in. Fluff. Thank you for the 10 months, Walrus. I appreciate that. You're part of the conglomerate of walruses that are apparently watching my show. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate you guys subbing to me. All right, so let's get this thing back where it goes. I'm going to be a little bit further away from chat, so I might not see you guys for a minute. Do one of these, do one of those. And I got to like loosen these so that they align. And that the little PAWL, I think I call it, the pawl, the little thing that links in, falls down below the rail, and then I got to tighten it again and hope that it grips, which it did. Aha! That's one. That's where the T-handles come in handy, because they've got all the momentum swinging back and forth, so you can do these little twisties where you loosen it a lot or tighten it a lot in one go. There we go. That one's not very well gripped. Now it is. Get the LIN bus connection right there. That's the digital bus that powers the rest of this wheel. All right, so let's say I'm driving. Let's say I'm driving. Let's just, for hypotheticals, say that I'm driving. What would you say if I told you I was driving? Live, laugh, laser cut. I don't have a laser cutter. Don't rub it in. How dare you? Roar, doctor. Thank you for subbing for 4 months of primes. That means a lot to me. It really does. It means a lot to me. What would I do without your primes? I would die. I would die in a gutter. 3rd gear, directly over from the beginning. Perfect. What are you talking about, toss issues? Oh yeah. So there's no like clunking from this. And again, my complaint is that I can start feeling it right here, and it gets a little taut right there. You're allowed to drive while streaming. You're allowed to drive while streaming. I mean, technically, you should probably have a passenger to be reading chat, right? So the question is, okay, I'm looking away, right? I'm looking away from this thing, and I got my hand on the wheel, and I'm looking away. We're in 5th, possibly 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. I go to do something, and I don't know. It's in a gear, and I go, there's 1st. There's 2nd. Fuck! Yep, that's gonna kill me. That right there. You see that? Not enough of a clunk. Yeah, going from 3rd to 2nd is still tough. Because it's so soft right here. But like I was able to get it to 2nd very easily too. Also, you can see the plastic is distorting as I go over to here. So I need something else. We'll revisit it. I think it's enough for now though. It did correct me on that one. Okay, reverse, 1st gear, 3rd gear, 2nd gear, 3rd gear, 2nd gear, 3rd gear, 2nd gear, 3rd gear, reverse. That felt like going into reverse though. The tougher springs on the back and forth make it feel a lot nicer though. This is why I drive automatic, because you're dumb. Because you don't like to be in control. Yeah, the IRL. The best are the truck drivers that have cats. They have cats in the cab and the cat's just hanging out. See, this is what these are the same gestures. These are the same gestures that I do when I'm driving my car, which is flick it directly back for 2nd, push forward for reverse. But it's usually cradle the right side, back, 3rd, 4th, 5th is a push out, and forward. And I don't have sixth anymore, but I would do this maneuver. The little, you do one of these. You're like, oh, that's cute. You're trying to go faster than me. And you do that little gesture. This is why BMW drivers are arrogant. Because the arrogant hand gesture to go faster than you. Very dismissive. Hey, talk shit, get hit, all right? Kung fu hands. There was that one truck driver who's doing all of the little... He's doing this kind of stuff with it. Like... Do it left hand because right hand drive. Well, I'm sorry for your disability. Now, this isn't clipped to a table, so when I go into reverse, the amount of force that I'm putting into it is like, it's like tilting me around. But reverse should be a very intentional shift. I shouldn't be able to accidentally go into it. And I've reduced the chances, but it's still very little force to get me to accidentally fall over into reverse. So from third, yeah, if I overdo it, if I look for the wall, if I go from third and I just go back, it's fine. But this is what I had going on before. If I got used to this gesture, fine, that would be perfectly fine, but I need to have like a block here. It's possible that I need to lengthen the little blockers by like another 2 mil. All right, another 2 millimeters. Let's just quickly do that. Do we have cruise control? Only if you're good. Let's give it another 2 millimeters. One of them technically doesn't exist. It's a game controller. It's not an actual real car. So if I want an 8th gear, then it would be in the reverse zone. It doesn't matter. So that's this one, and then I'll give this. That was 4 millimeter. Wait, that way. That's that part. This is the one. So 2 millimeters. Let's make that into 4, and then I'll print those, and we'll start working on burning the stuff. We'll clean off the desk while these things print. You guys need a little bit more of the engine. I should teach the engineering mindset in this stream. Hold on. Let's get this nub. Oh, it's selecting others. Here we go. Get the nub. Save it as a mesh. Put that in the desktop. We'll write over the other file. And then we'll get rid of these. We'll put it back in. Put it back into the 3D printer. Bop. Oh my God, an object is out of the area. I wish Fusion would put them in the area. Doot, doot, doot. And then we set number of instances to 4. And I'll just put them on the grid. Put me on the grid. Because that was moderately successful last time. Try it again. Slice it. Print it. Let's fucking go. Do your thing, printer. It'll be 10 minutes for new ones. So we'll start cleaning up the desk in the meantime. I didn't have to do any dimension editing on that. All right, so to address the, can you make it so you have to push the stick down to shove it in reverse? I don't really like how that feels. I don't like that feel. I could make it do that. I could. But I really don't like those. What my car does IRL is it locks you out of reverse by just force. And you have to force the stick over to the side, and it makes kind of a clunk when you do that. I would like that clunk, but I'm trying to make this, and I'm trying to make it work. I'm trying to do it within the month. So having all of those limitations, I'm not going to try to make what is in what we observed in an actual car part which is have a piece that travels along a path with a spring on top of it so that it lifts up a ramp and clicks in. You could do the lift lever. You could shut up. Like, you could shut up about it. This is like the 8th time, and I'm literally addressing that comment right now. And you just told me that I could do it. Ah, God, you guys. Like, I'm literally answering that question. Anyway, I want it to feel like my car because it's got like this clunky detent. So the shift lever actually separates the two vectors, the front, back, and the right, left. So when we go into that part of the H that goes closer, it actually can click in, or, you know, I can have it do something just on that one axis, just on that one axis. I will see you in 3 minutes. Quit pushing my buttons. You have 3 minutes to calm down. All right, here's the deal. Yeah, you want to see the thing. You can buy grub screws with balls in them already, balls and springs. And I could make like 3D print like a track that it would follow, that it would click into. Don't make me take apart the actual car part again and show you guys. But all the vectors on this thing are separated. The simplest thing for me to do is to just put a spring on it. And so if I hit that area, I have to fight the spring in order to get over to the right shifting gears, right? I have to actually fight the force. Now, I didn't show the printer there because nothing was happening, but now stuff is happening. So here's the printer doing its thing. Now, I'm not gonna delay another 10 minutes. I'm actually gonna start cleaning up, which will take 10 minutes. So I'm gonna start putting my stuff away because that was the last edit that I'm gonna do on this thing, is enhancing those little plugs and making them a little bit longer. Will make it so that when you get into that area, I'm probably going to have to fight them a little bit, and I don't like that. I think preloading the springs is the way to go. I get no credit for knowing what I'm doing here. But if you need to go into reverse all that often, you're not doing it right. Well, we're talking about, like, the games that I'm going to play. And the games that I'm going to play, like Snow Runners. Now, first of all, you know, even just making this thing resemble how a BMW works has its limitation. Like, it's not totally recommended that I do that. I should learn how to drive a different vehicle, you know? I'm kind of specializing a little bit too hard by doing this. I'm sort of like, yeah, I'm just over specializing, let's call it. Wreckfest. Wreckfest needs reverse. How are you driving? You need reverse in Wreckfest. I need it all the time. Somebody will yeet me off of the road like I don't own the place. But I do. I do own the place because it's Wreckfest. No, I'll get yeeted off the track and then have to go in reverse in order to get back on it. Wreckfest needs reverse more than my summer car. And my summer car always needs reverse. Yeah, I'm hoping Snow Runner with a stick is fun. Snow Runner's really bad with arcade inputs. This is here there's a printer command that you can use. Printer. So it is a very specialized printer, but it started from a place that you could buy. So you can buy a CR10S, but it's not going to be anything like this printer because this printer has been modified and then remodified and then re-modified. I did force feedback with Wreckfest. We played a couple rounds, and I think Louis played. Yeah, Louis played with us too, and he was on his own wheel, which is awesome. Lunatic Live, L-E-W, Lunatic Live. And I mean, it was a lot of fun, but you want to start like a racing league with other people who have wheels, right? Because you're fighting the force feedback, whereas somebody with a controller can go lock to lock just by flicking their thumb over. Whereas you have to go hand over hand, 10 and 2, keep safe, etc. So it's I don't know. People seem to think that you're going to get a big advantage from the wheel, but that's not the case. You'll have more fun. You have more fun. You get to feel everything going on. I'm just going to make a stack of boxes on the side of the table here. Move the screwdrivers out of the way. The insulin pumps I can put somewhere else.
In my summer car, it is an advantage. Force feedback isn't. Just the wheel is. So if you turn down force feedback to almost nothing, it's pretty nice. How are the pedals? What was the solution to that? Just mechanical stuff. I actually did have the parts I needed to do the tilt. I did the tilt a little bit, and then we supported it, and now it's almost perfect. It's not quite good. You could break an arm with force feedback in Wreckfest. The wheel does not overpower me. I'm stronger than the wheel. I mean, you know, it's fun to... I did make it out at first to be as if the wheel could break my arm, and that's kind of persisted, that rumor. It's not quite that strong. I don't think it is. I don't think I can get it up to that amount of force feedback. All right, so we're letting the printer do its thing. I'm cleaning up in the meantime in the background here, and we're going to take a look at Burn the Subs as per the title. We got a lot of stuff to look at here. We got to figure out what's going on. Let's not test that theory. Yeah, that's probably for the best not to test that one. But I don't, you know, unless I lock my thumbs in and I catch a bit of like a really hard correction at just the right time, I have not seen it be able to really put the amount of force into, and that's just through playing My Summer Car. So maybe I'm wrong about that. You know, maybe as we move on to other games, we'll figure it out and see what my winter trucker has for you know, feedback. We'll just play it by ear. But I don't think I'm going to sever any limbs on this thing. And if I do, I get a cool prosthetic, you know? I get a cool, like, steampunk thumb. All right, these are going to take a little longer than 10 minutes, right? Well, now that they've started, I think they've got a pretty good... Where's my thing? Where's my window? Yeah, 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Until they done. All right, in the meantime, come on back over here. Oh, you guys, why are you over there? What are you guys doing over there? I'm just gonna put some stuff away. Throw out some stuff I don't need, like this. Goodbye, purple candle holder from Pier 1 Imports. Into the ocean you go. Into all of our bodies, like all the microplastics. I'll be seeing you in a couple years. In my body. All right, that stuff can stay there. I guess I can move these bins all the way out of the way, and I can start collecting Burn the Subs stuff. Yeah, here's the E46 shifter. And I'm not trying to replicate the feel of this, but it does have a similar feel to the other one, to my actual car, which is when you go into reverse, which is over here. There's like a little thing to overcome. Yeah, that feels like, I mean, how do I replicate that? Yeah, because it goes clunk and then it's completely free. And that's just a ball going over a thing. I timed you out because you've been pushing my buttons all morning. I'm out of the loop on this project. Whatever happened with the custom-shaped airbag cover? Yeah, no. I haven't messed with it. I haven't messed with it. I tried to do that with the cabinet springs, but I already told you I'm not taking this apart today, but son of a bitch. You wonder why I timed you out. Well, that's what we've been working on all morning. What? You fucking got... I'm getting very mad at chat right now. Getting very, very mad at chat. It's only 4 screws. We're going to undo these 4 screws. But then I'm going to fucking start ignoring you people. Because you guys keep rehashing exactly what I've just talked about. I can't keep going in circles all stream. You guys wonder why I get prickly. It's because it's just circles. Just circles upon circles. Circles on circles on circles. Ugh! Jesus. Ugh, I need a different screwdriver for these. Need better torque. There we go. So the way this one does it, it's still locked in. There we go. Oh, there it is. So it's a ball roller with a big spring on it. A lot of oil. So right here is a magnet. Get you guys closer in here. Magnet, roller, spring. That's it. Just a roller with a spring, but it's got a one rubber piece on it. And it's got a kind of a unique shape, but it's just got basically the same spring that I was using before. Same kind of spring, about the same length too. If I wanted to make it lock in a little differently, I could probably replace this spring with one of the ones in the bin. This is all it takes to give it the right feel. That and a track. That's what I was talking about this whole time. So this goes in here. Does it have any keyways? I think it can go either way, so I need to figure out which way I want it in. With the rubber roller or not. And then it follows... Ugh, I need a light. This track. So as the shifter goes back and forth, in order to get the pawl, or the little magnet piece into the various shifts, there's a forward, a reverse, a plus, a minus. And then there's a side location. When you move it over to reverse, it has to get over that nub. And when it locks into that position, the stick can go forward. And that's it. So there's sort of a neutral zone right there. Actually, wait, this is reverse. This climb right here. So it climbs up to here, and then it can fall right back down. This is what I'm talking about with there being a ramp. Climbs up to there, falls back down. So if I really wanted to make that happen, I would have to invent a roller that would have basically one of those springs on it. That's it. That's all it is. It's just a little, it's basically just like a chamfer with two rounded edges, and it climbs up to the top of that and sits there. And then when it springs back over, it kicks it all the way back. I don't know how I'd be able to engineer that, though. It's got one rubber roller and, well, it's basically one rubber roller. What the orientation of it is. All right, try to put it back together without ruining it. That's it. That's all it is. So if I could replicate that, I would have just the right feel. But I don't know how I can replicate that within this system. Put a roller on something? I don't know what. What's up, Mr. Wizard? Currently fighting chat. I'm fighting chat and their short-term memory. Yeah, these are not light screws. These are pretty fucking serious screws, and the screwdriver's not really up to it. Maybe is this the right size? Oh baby, all right. I get a little bit more torque with this thing. At least I have like these things to grip. Ah! I'm ruining my Alcantara inserts. Scraping my nails up against them. You guys haven't been here for every single stream like I have, so my memory of these things is probably a lot better than yours. So when I bring up these examples, I forget that you guys might not have been there when I took this thing apart. But how could I invent that for the other shifter? You have the hands of an honest man. Okay. Don't be weird, chat. Just take it easy. Take it easy. I'm already prickly. Ah, you bastard. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, next. If I can find the threads that were previously like... There we go. They go in a lot easier when you actually find the threads for these giant plastic machine screws. Ugh. Now, if I could make this thing do an H pattern, that would be great, but I can't. And in terms of rollers, I only have so many parts. There we go. Let's see if it still feels right. No, that doesn't feel right. Oh, wait, no, that's neutral. That's reverse. There we go. Yeah, that feels right. Okay. So, we're not concerned with forward-backwards movement. We have one piece that's going right and left. Hold on. I'm still working on the sim racing shifter because I've lost control of my chat. Done. Okay. All right, so we know that it's a roller ball that goes up on top of a ramp. And it's a very simple little ramp. We could just do a little MS Paint for that or whatever. It's okay. So the way that this was originally designed was for SPST, single pole, single throw. Actually, SPDT. This was built for SPDT switches. So there were physical switches on the PCB that this thing rolled over. And when it rolled over them, it would make a connection on one, it would break a connection on another. So they would have SPDT normally closed. No, SPST, single pole, single throw. DPST. It's a rarer acronym for switches, but DPST switches. Dual pole, single throw. So DPST. The single throw means when you throw the switch, only one thing is broken. And DP means you've got two different switch bodies that are isolated from one another. So you have 4 contacts for each switch. One of them is always closed, one of them's open. When you operate the switch, one opens, the other closes. So they flip, right? And that's basically what's happening on the pinout here. So they had physical switches that did that, and they had 4 of them. They had 3 of them, plus, minus, reverse. Now when you go into this outer thing, it actually hits one gear. I don't think neutral, I think neutral has a switch. So there's 4 of them. Anyway, whatever. You have a certain number of switches in there, and there's 2 per throw of the lever, right? 2 per throw of the lever, and they swap. So when you send power to this thing, you know when the user actually switches something because you've got redundancy in there. What they did is they decided to make this a more reliable part by using Hall effect sensors. Hall effect sensors can take one of 2 forms. A Hall effect sensor can be a magnetometer in that it will send back a voltage level depending on what the distance to a magnetic field is. So that would be a magnetic sensor and a type of Hall effect sensor. The Hall effect is actually between two magnets, you get a hallway. But I don't know. I don't know what the differentiation exactly is between all these terms. That's how I figure they are, just on the simplistic level. In terms of the science, there's probably a much clearer differentiation between the different things. But so the switches inside of this thing, in order to make it more reliable, when you have a physical switch, you have an actual thing moving around, making the contacts and stuff. And what can happen is, if you've got a lot of voltage going into this thing, you can get arcing between contacts. You can just wear away the springs inside of it, and eventually things stop working. So in order to make this more reliable, what they decided to do is replace all those switches with magnetic sensors. And this is something that you see in, like, the Steam controller uses it for the analogs, which is incredibly intelligent. You see it in just a lot of different systems where they replace the physical switches with magnets. It's a very, very reliable way to do things. You can have limit sensors. You can do all kinds of cool stuff with that. They seem to have done it in a weekend, because the circuit board on this piece right here is an absolute fucking mess. It is some of the examples of this circuit board. I really don't feel like looking at it today. We might end up doing that, and probably not, though. We've already looked at this thing ad nauseum. It's a mess. There's some things in there that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemies. There's some things in there that just reek of like, just a barely doing their jobs in order to make things work, which is really all you should need to do. But there's inconsistencies all across this board. It needed like a final review from one person. I guess they took the philosophy, if it works, it works. Because apparently of the Steptronic system, or the SMG system of this generation of BMW, this is the most reliable part, which is shocking. I would hate to see some of the other circuit boards that made up this thing. But so what happens is, when a magnet wanders its way over those chips, there's actually two chips there. One of them is the normally open, the other is normally closed. So they had to replicate the actual behavior of the switches with chips. That's why there's so many chips at the bottom there, but at the end of the stock, you just have a magnet. So everything else, the entire rest of the feel of this thing, is entirely controlled by rollers and springs. So that right there is just getting the roller up a ramp. I'd like to have that on the other shifter, but I don't know how I can make that. I don't know how I'd be able to make that. I mean, as much of a brainstorming session as we have, I've got the springs. That's the wrong camera. That's the wrong, what are you looking at me like that for? Ah, there we go. Get that out of the way, so I still have a video monitor somewhere. No! Looks like our little nubs are done. We have isolated the movement back and forth on this piece, but it's suspending switches right here. It's suspending switches right there, so I can't use that. This thing goes up and down as this thing tilts back and forth, but it's not like I can, like, drag it through a roller or anything. I could push something from here, but there's a piston in the way. The piston is in the way. I don't have much agency on the inside of this thing. This is pretty much the spot. I mean, the only thing that I can think to have happen here is to, like, force something through that would push something up a ramp. Like, if I could make a piston that does the roller ramp. Let me think about this a little bit here, because if we push something over, because it's not like, I mean, I need freedom of motion for everything up until it hits this, and so that location, once it starts pushing against that, I need that to do the roller up the ramp feel. That needs to do the roller up the ramp. Currently, those are the springs, yeah. Let me put the shifter back into a normal position here. No? Didn't like that? Uh-oh. Control Z. Which one is tilt? Let's see. Which one? I guess when in one of the latter steps, it might have locked. Yeah, that's where it actually locks that in. Is that where I... That's where I did an interference fit on this. So for some reason, Fusion took my tilt operation and it undid it in this step. So I can go back to this step, I guess, and I can choose these objects and untilt them. We know the amount of degrees it is at right now. It's at 16 degrees, I think, right now. Yeah, it's at 16 degrees. Or 15. I think we did 15. Would you be able to fit a roller ramp upside down so the ramp is right under the top cover? I don't want to push up against the top cover. I'd rather have this thing be removable without springs flying everywhere, right? That's kind of how I've designed it so far, so that springs don't fly everywhere. There's our new pushers. Watching a stream makes me want to drive a manual now. You gotta find somebody with a car that's willing to teach you. Usually I'm that person with my friends, but how come these tilted here? I guess maybe if I can't edit, unfortunately I can't edit the, well, I guess I can, yeah. We could just do the movement here. So I can just take this and this, and then those two pieces didn't move. So it's just those two pieces, and I can move and tilt, and I can go from the axis right here, and I can go back 15. That should be straight up and down. Looks like it is. Okay. And then we can redo all these steps and see what kind of an abomination it thinks. Oh, I need to finish position. There we go. You go all the way up to the beginning, or all the way up to the latest. Yeah, see, those look like they're very much encroaching, but they're like barely, it's barely long enough. So my scheme was to just put a spring on it. We know that the feel of the thing is actually as if a roller is going up a ramp, because that's literally what there is there. I don't have any rollers. I mean, I could do a ball detent on a track, but that would be kind of dumb. And I don't have much that's capturing any of these devices. If I had, I don't want to print a new base for the whole thing, but that would be one way to do it, would be to have a roller down here where they've put all their CT3D text, and have a roller down here. There's not enough space for it, though. Not enough space. That would be the place to put it, though, would be to just have like a roller track down here. It wouldn't travel very far. I don't know. This one is just tilting back and forth, though. Listen, you read the title. Read the title. You'll realize why. I've just lost control because chat's being fucking belligerent and they won't shut up about this project. And I'm trying to get it right, and so I'm trying to give them examples about this thing. And so I've gone back to this. They're literally asking questions about things that I'm answering as I'm answering it. So yeah, I don't know. We've made our little sonic jump off pads longer, but they don't replicate the feel that I'm looking for, which is of a roller going over a crest. Now, a roller going over a crest, like a mechanism like that, is tough to figure out in this context. I mean, if I have like a pusher and I hit up against it, and then I push harder and it does the roll up on the hill, that would be probably the way to do it. And I can print all that stuff out. I need to find a roller and a spring, and I guess I'd need to capture it in this area right here. Maybe. What would that even look like? I don't know. It's like a rolling detent mechanism, right? What temperature are things at? Hold on, let me check the Octoprint. I'll give it a little longer before I pull them off of the printer. Here, I'll take this thing apart again so that I have at least an example of what I'm talking about. And if we can come up with any... I've noticed a lot of people got very quiet as soon as we started to get into the brass tacks. The top of the blue is the front back roller. That's for shifting into gears. So the front back roller should not be encroached upon. I want to see how the haptic feedback on my PS5 controller works. What do you mean? It's just, it vibrates. It's just got an HD vibrator on it. The front back roller. What else am I gonna call it? It's like one name for the damn thing. I'll take this thing apart again so that you guys have an example. I can show you guys what it actually looks like. We'll play Evolve 2 and get more viewers. Twisted Sister, thank you for gifting a sub to Jalopy Jones. Appreciate all of the gift subs. Holy shit. That's a lot of gift subs. And to Velky Studios, that's 2 gift subs. Not even a minute. Oh my god. He doesn't like me. No, you've been getting under my skin today. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll calm down. The glucose level's like fucking 300 right now. Not in a good mood. Doesn't like me either. Welcome to my stream. You're all antagonists. All right. Haha, the games we play when I actually get frustrated at people. All right, so yeah, to reiterate, what we have in this system is we've got a front back with like a spring out mechanism here, right? It's got like a, just like a spring that's going along a path with 2 little nubs on the sides, and that's what's creating... Why you beep at me? Stop you beep at me. Oh, the adapt. Yeah, I can't answer that right now. Yeah, so we got a front back cam out spring kind of thing going on here where it pushes up against just like a ramp to get into the things. So there's that, and then that, and then when you're here, there's back, and I guess, I don't know how it's doing the forwards when you get it into the plus minus gears. How is that? How's that different from the other ones? That's odd. That's odd, because it like links in here, and then you move it back and it links into the other one. There's no like third position, but when you get it over here, oh, I see. So I guess when you get it over here, it doesn't allow you to lock it in like it is right now. So it only gives you this section of the ramp. But then when you get it over here, you link it forward like this, and then it can go further forward. Or well, actually, it would link in here to give you reverse. Yeah. So there's two sections. So that's the front back. The right left is what we're interested in, and that's this thing right here. Got a rubber bumper on each side, and then we have this roller that has a big spring on it. So that big spring is what, this big spring in the track for the roller is what gives you the feel of the ramp, basically. I don't really know if there's much option for me to run something like this. How would I be able to do that? Aside from having the thing that goes back. See, the pivot is here on this one. On ours, it's all the way at the bottom. So it's a little bit different of a system. This thing sweeps back and forth. If I had a spring upwards that went front to back, let me get the rest of the shifter in here so I can show you guys. The analog controllers for all the, and we haven't had controllers to take apart in a long time, just because I can't afford to keep buying game controllers, you know? We used to take them apart on Fridays, and I would give a little color commentary on the design stuff that I liked and disliked about them, as just some random person and not like somebody who has a degree in this kind of stuff. But what we'd find in every single controller dating back all the way back to the Xbox days, the original Xbox days. Twisted Sister, thank you for another gifted sub. I really appreciate all those gifted subs. Holy crap. Throwing them bones around. So yeah, dating all the way back to the original Xbox, all of these controllers use the exact same stuff. gonna go find a bag of broken controls on eBay to ship them to you. They smell like cigarettes, and I've already got most of those. We did an Ouya controller a little while back. The fun thing about the Ouya controller is that you could not hit more than 2 buttons at once. If you hit a button and we're going in a direction and you hit a trigger, it would release the button. How do you play games like that? Listen, anything that you guys want to send to me, you need to contact me on Discord, and then you need to consider the thing that you're sending in as going in the garbage, right? Just throwing it out. Because I may do it on stream, I may take it apart on stream, in which case it's definitely not going to survive the process, or I might not do anything with it. So consider that before you consider sending me stuff. I've had people offer to send me some really cool stuff. And I warn them against this. Now, look, I can live with this like it is right now. I know that if I shift it a little too far, it'll make me go into reverse by accident. If I had a consistent amount of force to move this thing to the side that didn't distort the outer wall of my 3D print, that would be great. That'd be all well and good. This would be the mechanism that could allow me to do that. We have one piece that swings back and forth. La-di-da. Please don't. That's on you. I mean, it costs a lot of money to ship stuff, so that's entirely on you. What would make this like clunk into position? I mean, my original thought was the cabinet thing, but I needed to also push back, so the ramp thing is more like it. If there is some kind of like a spring detent that has a fixed amount of force, like not something that I have to design, that kicks out all the time. You can post a crude paint drawing. Yeah, that's okay. And yeah, thank you for checking. You gotta check. Links have to be relevant in the chat. And you have to speak English, because I can't moderate other languages. I wish I could. I think you're right on the path with the spring detent. I told you to speak English, and I'm not going to say it again, Twisted Sister. No, I'm just kidding. Spring detent. Yeah, well, I mean, it's exactly what's already there. Was that a gift sub to the minion? It was! Twisted Sister. Gifting everybody subs today. Here, wow, that is a crude drawing. Hold on, let me go over to the thing with the PC. Hold on. There's that. Bring that over there. Push on the upper black bit. Push on the lower slot over center. Huh? You doing like a compliant mechanism? I mean, look, if I'm going to crudely paint what we have right now and what I directly want to replicate, go into BotherCAD real quick. We've got actual CAD open, but we can go into BotherCAD just to do a little conceptual kind of thing. So what we have is a failure to communicate. We've got a roller, and then we have a spring on the roller, which we will represent with the greatest spring diagram ever to exist, which is the one that I make, any one that I make. I can't do too many zigzags or else I'm gonna... Okay, so we'll do like that. How many ohms is the spring? It's your band number of ohms. We gotta minimize, pare it down to nothing, right? And then that goes on a path, and that path looks like, I don't really have any rounded trapezoids up here, do I? Well, I'll just draw it. It's like, oh boy. Big pencil. Not quite, hold on. Like that. Like... Nope. Trumpel Foreskin. Been a little while. You got a gift sub from Twisted Sister. Trumpel Foreskin's an old name on this show. Old name. There are better drawing tools than just about any other drawing program, but whatever. Almost reached the 555, huh? What's that gonna look like? That's like from here. Just give me a guide. That'll just give me a guide to follow. Nope. A little bit more rounded, but you get the idea. So that's basically the direction that it follows, right? That's the path that it follows, I think. Well, then again, wait a minute. This thing is pivoting, and I'm getting it into reverse. Oh, that's the back section. That's right. So to get it to reverse, I'm going that way, but I'm also going, yeah. So I'm going up against that ramp back there. There's two of them, but only one is really well, the other one is for that little lot, that like cam over all the way to the right. But yeah, so that right there is essentially the shape that we want. You guys can barely see it, but it does look like that ramp. So what we do is when we go into reverse, and this is viewing it from the other side, we're basically going along this path that way. And then it'll cam back out. What we need is something that basically moves like an assembly like this that way only when we hit the reverse skier. So it'd be like you'd have your gates like that. Like R would be there. But like right here is where we would hit this. So that right before I go into reverse, it needs to go up and over. And so right here is where that thing would be up on top of that ramp. So that's the distance. We need to get that distance right there, right? So when we're there, we hit the front of this. When we're here, we hit the top of the ramp. Spring-loaded ball plunger detent. All right, got a bunch of those. If we can use those, that'd be great. You guys are in front. Hold on. I already have those. Supposed to do burn the subs today, but here we go. DigiKey's starting to get... DigiKey has always had like little things like that, right? They don't have like big industrial. But I got these. I mean, how would that work? Because I have one of these, I have a new, I think that's this one actually. I have a new spring in there, so it's a much tighter spring. If it could push into this, and it would be like a double-sided ramp, or even a single-sided ramp, that I could just push through that. Whip up a test. Into the test territory we go. Let's 3D print a test for this. That could be the solution. That could be the solution. This is in steering wheel stuff. So we save this as test ramp. Yeah, it would need a spring to push it out away, but let's do new drawing, base plate, zoom out a little bit, and we're gonna do okay, so what is the maximum diameter that we want to reach is, where are my calipers? I can't believe we're still fucking doing this. Fuck you, chat. Fucking hate you. It's making me do all this engineering shit. Pieces of shit fuckers. It's 5.46. And then it starts at least for a detent value, 3.6. Let's get an actual. Yeah, it needs to cam out of reverse naturally. So the beginning of that ramp needs to be, because it'll, okay, well, just give me a minute. Yeah, I need tacticality going into reverse. What I need is what this thing gives me. What I can't even show you. So what we have right now is the Sonic Adventure plunger system going on right here. Burning. You guys can all hear it in your head. Basically, when I go and I go to first and second gear, I need to hit up against something. And I need that to be solid enough that I know that I am in line with first and second gear. When I go into reverse, right now what it's doing is it's doing that constant upwards amount of force required that a spring provides. I don't want that. I want it to clunk over and then go nice and easy forward and back, but then gently spring back out, which it'll do naturally already. So if I do a ball detent, and unlike a capturing ball detent like this is, if I simply turn this thing on its side, where did it go? If I turn this thing on its side and have a piece of plastic that goes in like this, I can just put a ramp on that plastic so that it'll go ugh, and fit through, and then it'll fall right back out. And that's it. Bob's your uncle. I think that's all we need out of this thing, and I think maybe I can engineer this to sit on basically the same structure that we already have. And all it needs to do is retain. I'll just need to put 2 screw holes on it. I'll need to model this thing, by the way. We need to model this, but we can just sit it right there, and then we can put a push rod on the piston. And as long as we retain it on the top piece here, or we could do standoffs and put the thing like that, as long as it's retained in there, you know, it'll be a thing that sticks out of the side of the gear shift, but I don't really mind that. I do kind of rest my leg on this, so that maybe that'll be a bit of an issue, but we can get around that. But all it needs to be able to do is cam back out and just stay. I mean, if it springs, if it has its own internal spring that'll spring it back out, I guess that'll be good too. That'd be good too. Maybe we'll do it that way, because the shifter will spring itself out in a way. If we just have enough of a spring, like one of the gentle springs that we've got over here, that'll just pop it back out. I think that'll be good. I don't know if I need your MS Paints anymore, Minion. We've settled on an idea. Those are like Madonna boobs. I mean, a ball, maybe. I'm just thinking of a ramp. Yeah, I think you're on the right track. So, all right, without modeling this thing first, I just want to get a feel for what we'd be making. So instead of 1 roller, we'd have the 2 ball detents. So these are about 3 millimeters apart. So if I make the main piece of this thing 3 millimeters, it's gonna create a bit of a resistance if it fits too easily, or if it fits too wide, it's gonna create resistance. But so we're going 3 millimeters to 3 up to 5. 5.3. 3 to 5. And how am I going to do this in relation to origin? Not center square. We'll do like this. So our overall length is going to be from, I got to get this spring thing out of here right now so we can measure this a little bit better. Actually, I just need to get the springs out of the thing. So I just need to, like, this thing is just like a press fit, and I want the new one to be a press fit too. I'm just gonna pull the springs out. What car? This is CT3D's. It's on Thingiverse. It's on Thingiverse. It's also on the CT3D website. CT3D, make a gear knob, and we've made a lot of modifications to the thing, and we're just trying to get the feel of a detent into reverse so that it feels more like my car. Now, my car is not exactly this gear shift that I have sitting in front of me, the BMW one, but it's very similar. It has pretty much the same feel. So it's probably a very similar mechanism because they have all the same people working on this stuff. I can't get the spring out. Hold on. I got to like use a pair of pliers. Well, maybe I can just tilt this thing out of here. I want to use this as a base by which to measure. There we go. Although we are gonna, I mean, if I keep that pad the same width, it doesn't really need to stay the same width. There we go. Damn it, man, that hurt. Okay. So from the top of this thing, I do like that this piece just presses in. I think I want to retain that. I'm gonna put this back in. I guess we're doing some hardcore mechanical engineering today. I wanted to work on burn the subs, but we're doing some hardcore mechanical engineering and that's related to the stuff that I want to do anyway. So, oh well, we'll make it fun. We'll make it fun. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I don't want to get too far into theory crafting with this, right? We want to make the thing. So I'll sit it right in front like that, and it'll be fully out of the way. I need to give you guys a better look at what I'm doing. So let me go back to my original studio mode so that I can see what I'm showing you guys and actually give you a view of what I'm looking at. So originally we had, let me get the light closer. The light closer. Get the electronics out of here too. The electronics are so simple. It's just flip, switch, hit shift button. You know, you can do anything for these shifters. You can even pull the sequential shifter out of an E46 M3 and use it. Ask me how I know. All right, hold on. Move all this stuff out of the way. Why is there a spring on the floor? My mic cable's getting tangled. I'm all tangled up. My insulin pump is clipped onto my mic cable. What the fuck? Get out of here. Okay. Well, there's more factoring than that, too. There's also the spring rate of the ball detent. And on this one, they're using a big fucking spring. All right, that's a big boy. That's the size of the springs that we used. And, well, actually, it's larger, which is going to affect the feel, because now I have two smaller springs on this. So getting that feel just right might be a little difficult. And it's on a roller. We've got two balls, and we're putting a ramped piece of plastic through the center of this thing. Basically, do I have any dowel rod? No. It'd be like this, basically. Right? And then that, but not circular. It's going to be a square piece that has ramps on it. So that pushes through. And it's going to push through the distance that it takes us to get to here. This springs back automatically. But if we want it to go the whole way, it would need to go all the way out here and always be attached. So I don't want that. So I want to figure out what that distance is going to be if this thing sits right here. And then that puts it at the same angle that we calculated for the springs, which means that the push is going to be a lot more linear, possibly, than it was. Try to kind of like hold this in place here. Hold on. Because I got to get a measurement. So we want it to hit right here and have an incredible amount of resistance. Where am I even measuring this from? I guess I'm going to have to model this piece. And just make a big pusher out. Okay, it caught my calipers. 24. Oh yeah, I can just link it into gear, can't I? Ah! Give me that back! You bastard. Okay, hold on. And we'll test this with just a simple rod that'll take it like a minute to print. Damn it, it keeps catching the center part of the calipers and not giving me a good measurement. So 20, and then it links in when we get to, and this will be the top of the ramp. Oh, it's not even pushing up against that anymore. That's bad. That's gonna be a weird one then. 20 to like nothing. 20 to like 11. And the width of this thing is like 10. So 20 to 1 millimeter. So we want, not that, we want this piece right here. If this is the wide section, that doesn't need to be very long. It needs to be like 6. Not 60, it needs to be 6. We're way zoomed out. 6 by, and then the wider section is going to be engaged with the rollers, and we'll have to figure that out later, but it's going to be 5.3 with an overall. The overall, I believe, is probably 6. It's actually 7. Okay, so those are sitting at 3. We want them to go to 5. Yeah, we'll do 5.3. We'll give it that. 5.3. So that would be the section that is linked in and not the taper. The taper goes up here. And then 20. And so we need 20, but it needs to be in the center of this thing. Do we need center boxes for this? No. I need 20, but I need it to be centered. I mean, if I do 5.3, and then currently it sits at 3. So we would need, do we do like a mirror image? I hate to do a mirror image on this thing, but I think that's what I need to do. I think that's how I need to engineer it. So it'd be 5.15. If I just do lines, it's 2.65, and then this is 6, and then from the center of that, I'll just go back 2.6. Hold on a minute. Yeah, both balls will be equally engaged, yes. Because I don't want it moving right and left. It's just going to be a big plunger, right? I think. Weird design. I'm trying to think about how this is going to work. I mean, on the plunger end, I guess is where we put the screw that's going to cam it back out. But I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to design, like, the push rod. I mean, if I do one big center square and then I do it up from there. Now, I mean, I basically want to go back to origin with this, but it's like I don't get... Here, let's just make our mirror line. I guess I could give that a distance. We can give that 21. Well, let's give it 25 for now. That'll be 25 millimeters just for now, because that'll be the overall length of everything. And then we need to have from here, this will be the width of, well, that's 3, so that's 2.5, no, 1.5. I'm dumb, 1.5. Width of there's that, we're gonna make that a regular line, and then we just do, how do we do this? How am I supposed to do that? Just make it a box instead. But then it's got to come all the way down to there, and I don't have a line for that. We'll just make a line, I guess. We'll make a construction line like that, and then I can take this down to here, and we can take any slope we want. But it engages at 20.85. Swarm of dogs. Thank you for, oh, Twisted Sister, thank you for gifting to Swarm of Dogs. Did I miss any other ones? No, I didn't. Okay. Man, you're like shoveling money into the channel. What are you doing? Mr. Thingilla was also gifted a sub to Twisted Sister to bring him up to the mythical 555. Oh my god. 555 gifts. That's crazy. So we want this to first engage at a certain distance, and then when we push it past there, it'll click over. So the 25 that this measurement up here, this is a long ramp. That's a long ramp for this thing to do. I don't think that's exactly what the distance in, that might be the difference in distance though, depending on where we are. Let me double check that. Double check that. Because we'll go from here, take that as our 0 point. Hold on, let me get the calipers. I gotta get the calipers in position for the test. Because this thing is like, it's got big springs on it, right? It's hard to manipulate as it is. So if I make like a big plunger assembly up there, and that's gonna contact at 28.76, and then this goes all the way into here. Now we've gone from 28.7 to 23.4, about 5 or 6 millimeters, right? So I'll take this like 5 or 6 millimeters, and we'll see what kind of a ramp that is. Let's do like another construction line, and then we'll take that up there, and we'll take that like 6 millimeter just to begin with. It's a construction line. Take that out there. Why is it up? What? Huh? Control Z. What is that? What's going on here? Is this not? Is that at an angle? This is at an angle. I didn't want it centered there. God. God, AutoCAD, what is your problem? No. There we go. So 6 millimeter up this. Hello? Oh. Line tool here, 6. Got him. Okay, still a construction line. And then now we can take that slope there, and we'll put chamfers on the edges because they need to be smooth. That turns that back into a regular line, and we have half of our thing now. So now we do mirror, and we mirror this, and this, and this on this line. There's a solid. So how tall is this thing going to be? Well, just for the test right now, we need it to be make it 10 millimeter tall. Most of the projects here are motivated by anger. Okay, so cam over on the top needs to be subtle, but it is rounded. That is not a lot of slope. Just give it like a 1 millimeter, maybe 2. The printer will be able to print this pretty accurately. This needs to feel like it's actually clunked up against something, so I'm actually of a mind to just keep it like it is. And then we'll need to tune it. I think it's probably going to be a little bit more pronounced when we actually have the real thing. But I think this might produce the feel that we're looking for. Basically, we might need to move this forward a little bit, probably, because it'll cam over immediately and then be smooth for the rest of the throw, not cam over for the entire throw. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. I think I need to alter the sketch right now. It needs to be more prominent, and it needs to be further up. So let's make this one like 8. And let's make this one 4. We could drive this with equations if we really wanted to, but why is that? Why is that? What is this? What are you doing here? What are you? Okay, I deleted it and nothing bad happens, so I guess I'm gonna keep everything the way it was. Yeah, basically, this needs to equal 12 in order for this to work properly, right? All the other stuff is subject to changes. So if I keep that smooth, it'll be hard to move, smooth, and then nothing. Well, let's try it. Let's try it and see what we get, and then I can tune it from there. Because I mean, this is not exactly the end game of this drawing, but bodies, and then this would be test pin, and I can save it as a mesh. I guess we'll make it in blue. It's gonna be 10 millimeter tall. It's pretty tall. It's exactly what we drew. All right, let's get rid of our little sonic pushers. Put the test pin on the board. Put that right, I don't know, right there. Slice it. 8 minutes. Oh shit, I gotta clean the old print. Up, up. Up. There we go. Ready to go. Give me this. Those go in the garbage. Yeah, that's today. Today is 3D printing, I guess. Sometimes the dog catches the car. We're waiting for it to heat up right now. So if I go back to, where's my web page with Octoprint on it? This is iterative design to the T. Iterative design. You come up with an idea, mess around with it. We'll make the detent in the meantime, I guess. I guess I gotta model this entire brass thing, or at least enough of the brass thing that I can kind of like, you know, make stuff. Yeah, iterating so fast the old version's on the bed. That's how it go. It do be like that. Problem is, it's gonna have to level. Now, if I'm gonna make this part, because it's not like, I don't think I can find it in McMaster Car. I don't think I can find this part anywhere. Unless somebody can find the. Let's look at Thingiverse, or not Thingiverse. Let's look at Hold on, I gotta move windows around. I'll go back to that when it comes up again. Do like GrabCAD. GrabCAD looks like a generic industrial website, but you go to the community library, and it is this wonderful wealth of all kinds of different 3D designs. Anything under the sun is in here. So I'm gonna look for cabinet detent. Okay, detent. Well, there's a bunch of interesting stuff. Not necessarily gonna. This is the kind of thing like that typically would be round. Brass Eagle paintball. I just got my old paintball marker out of storage, and I was looking at it. It's a Phantom. I had a lot of fun with that thing. And here's another shifter. Everybody and their dog is a different shifter design. Oh my god, what is that? See, they use these cabinet detents like this. What the heck is going on here, bud? Jesus. That is a lot of mechanism behind that thing. Oops. Hit back. I gotta hit back. Go back to what I was doing. That's just a grub screw. What are you people modeling grub screws now? Let's see. Yeah, nobody there's quite the cat. I wonder if McMaster Car has it. The McMaster Car 3D models are very messy, but AliExpress with dimensions, I can just measure the thing. I'm just wondering if there's an easy solution. Detents. They've got everything. Look at the tents, boss. Okay, none of this stuff is what I'm looking for. I was wondering if there would be like a generic part that I could use. I mean, honestly, like some of these, like the ball detent pins, kind of have the same type of like engagement as what we're trying to build. It would almost work, you know? If you had like a collar that you suspended, and then you just had the ball detent on a thing, it would move to a certain position and then clunk through that. I was thinking about that previously, but yeah, here are just the generic ones. None of these are this cabinet detent that we have. I might not need to model the thing in order to put this together, to be honest. We might just take the dimensions of the plate and move those into the what we've created. We're still measuring. Printing, printing, printing. Yeah, I definitely need like an LED that I can put on the nozzle. To make things a lot more clear what's going on. Ball catch complete. Oh! Would you look at that? I mean, that's... I didn't quite get the angles right on the catch, but I don't really care about that. How did you... Alright, well, ball catch complete, huh? Let me log in on the other screen here. Thank you for finding that. That saves me a little bit of time. I always like a nice like an overly detailed model, like for switches and stuff. You can go to directly to the manufacturer and get their stuff. It's always good. Looks like Ethel, old woman Ethel, like this one. Close that. We're done with GrabCAD. Ooh, Foo Superior, yeah. Ball catch. Okay, so catch was the key on this, huh? Catch and release. Now, I only printed one of these, so it's going to be all over-temperatured and terrible looking. Only take 8 minutes to print, though. There might be a little collapsing due to the heat of PETG. I might need to print these 2 at a time. We'll see. We'll see. This is just an idea, and if it works, we'll see how we can implement it. Because I still need to figure out how I can pop it out with a spring. Ay, how can I do that? Well, I mean, at the maximum travel, I can have a spot for a spring to go in there. But then that needs to... There's like 1 millimeter between surfaces here. Like, when this is fully engaged, it's right up against this, and we know that the cabinet detent comes out to here. There's a printer command that you can use to see that. So we know that this abomination that I created comes all the way to the edge, where, let's see, I mean, if I put the cabinet thing upside down and then have just a hole through this with the pusher on it, that might be the way to go. I'll have to redo the sketch for this thing, right? It'll be at the same angle and everything, but I'll have to redo the sketch. Just because this... I mean, I love the shape of this thing because it just snaps into place. It's perfect. It's perfect for snapping into place. These are right at the height that I need them to be, but I think what we need to do is create that rod and put like a T-piece at the front, and that T-piece can contact the... Oop, Control Z. That T-piece can contact this right here. That'll push up against it. And then it needs to spring back out. So if we can find a spring that surrounds that part that can cam it back out of the rollers, which isn't going to take all that much force, I think that'll do it. I think that might be the... I think that'll be the solution to this thing, and I think it'll be relatively simple, and hopefully it'll slide against itself nicely. I don't know if it will. Considering all of the angles and the ridges that are going to be on these surfaces, I may need to sand them a little bit in order to get them to slide back and forth. If I had a lathe, I could make it out of metal. I'm trying to find my scenes. Boop. I haven't had anything to drink this stream. I need to get my glass of water. I'm going to cough. I'm back. The throes of iterative design. I guess I have tomorrow to work on this. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, unfortunately. But if we can get this right, this will feel very much like my normal shifter, and it'll have a wonderful amount of haptic feedback in terms of getting it into gear. It'll be like this thing that you clunk into that you then need to push out of the way, and it won't distort the plastic and threaten to break everything, I hope. But it depends on the amount of force that this is going to require, the ball catch is going to require, because I don't know if the ball catch is the solution here. I'm not sure. Nobody even... Chat's a weird pace today. Chat is at a weird pace today. I guess what I can do is I can just put like a little retaining bar on the top of the ball detent, and then I can have it ride the brass of the ball detent. Yeah, it's true. The solipsist internet is just me sitting in a chair. Oh, what's up, TurboNad? So to sort of recap what we've been doing for the past 3 hours is I started the stream with the conclusion to yesterday's stream working on the shifter, and it wasn't quite right. We had these Sonic Adventure bumper pads that I created in order to try to get the feel right, but there wasn't enough of a clunk. And by a clunk, what I mean is that as I'm moving the shifter over to where I'm going to get into the gate, there's resistance, and then you click through the resistance. Whereas with a spring, it's just, I've hit a spring and it's very soft. The spring is getting harder and harder. That's all you get from a spring. So what we need is something like what is actually in a shifter, which is, in this case, it is a roller assembly with a very familiar looking spring on it. That spring is almost exactly this spring. Almost. So that is a very, very tough spring, and what it does is it rides the whale. It rides a ramp. It rides a ramp right there. You see that little ramp right there? That's what it feels like to chew 5 gum. But that's what kicks it back out of reverse as well. So what we need to do, what I'm doing, is we're coming up with a little ramp and a roller for that ramp. Now, these would be better as flat rollers, but since I already have the parts, we might as well use these. So these are our cabinet detents. They don't have as hard of a spring. I can change the spring if I really need to. But if we do 2 springs, 2 balls, and we force a little ramp across that, that will give us essentially the same feel as this. So, yeah, no, not that one. I know what one you're talking. It's the little cabinet roller ball things. But this will be the same thing, I think. But if we can do that, then we can mount that on this assembly, because this assembly worked out so well, it doesn't even need to be screwed into place. It just snaps right in there. So if I can create it based on this outer piece with the detent maybe facing downwards and the bar being retained within this thing, then we can make a little pusher, possibly with its own spring, that'll just guide things nicely. Metal lobster claws and tiny bearings. Yeah, that's just the other style of cabinet detent. So we're just printing up the first of our tests here. This should be almost done. Let me check. Where's Octoprint? Got a lot of windows open today. I thought we'd be done. I thought we'd be talking about burn the shop. Polymaker PETG. Let me read the type. That's what we've got loaded in right now. Oh, Overture. Sorry, same thing. Overture PETG. This would be... It's not telling me what color it is. The computer I did with the red version of it. Transparent blue. And then this one is transparent. The one that I'm holding is transparent red. The red, transparent red and blue are this beautiful, deep sapphire and ruby color. They're very, very nice. Yeah, so for the AMD build, I specifically found, because I originally had this stuff that I was going to use, and then I swapped over to the red version of it, and I'm happy that I did, because these are like, the previous one was all washed out, right? What's going on with my printer? I don't know. I lost that last retract setting. I don't know what the deal is with that. But yeah, this I mean, beautiful deep blue. And if you print it hot enough, you get this sapphire, not sapphire. Yeah, sapphire? Sapphire. Sort of sheen to it. But it's a dark blue, and I like my dark blues and dark reds, you know? All right, so that needs to cool for just a minute here. We need to wait for this thing to cool down so that I can get it off of the bed. I need to redesign the hot end for that printer, though. I've got all the pieces in place. I just need to make a version of the PCB that I made for it so that I can get the standoffs in the right spots and create all of the solids that will make up the hot end of the printer and not have weird curvature on everything. It's like very strange the way that they designed it. A lot of weird curvature on it. But it was hard for me to actually find the right version of the hot end cart. The hot end cart on that printer is a Creality CR10S, but it's like a weird version. It's like a weird like model year number. It doesn't match up. We're waiting for coolness to be achieved, which will take a while because we're on Twitch. We're not very cool. So yeah, I need to reinvent this section. Probably needs to be square now. This needs to be square, and then we need to make it into like a big L piece, kind of. That'll hold up the little spring detent, and then I need to figure out, you know, where I need to make an opening in the back end. I don't know how we can really achieve that very easily. I could just extrude an opening through it, I guess. We can square out the ends and make an extrusion through it. It is very much, that's why I switched scenes over to this so that we could observe this a little bit. It's funny because these, I gotta keep at least one of these in this drawing because that's how we figured out what the angle was. It's still not totally accurate, but it's good enough. And this height is about the height of the cabinet. Let's import the part. Let me get that in here. Upload, and then I go to my download, and then I go to my side load. Download. Extract this to here. We got to get back to the diabetes stuff. We're approaching the 8th. Well, we got 8 days, 9 days until the 8th, in which case I get my prescription re-upped. IPT or S, I guess we go on step. Step file, upload. I swear, they're doing what Microsoft did with moving Xbox accounts around, where they intentionally put a delay. Okay, now here, where's the part? Where did I just upload? How do I open a PDF? There it is. Hey, it's got the brass color on it and everything. Ass, gas, or brass. Nobody rides for free. Cool. All right, let's verify dimensions then while our part cools. So from plate to plate, 10 millimeters? Not liking it. It looks sort of like the right part, but I think the dimensions might be... Yeah, because I got 7.2. Well, if it's a step file, that means we've got access to everything. So I might be able to actually... Wait a minute. Really? It's not 10 millimeter, though. And I've got one body on the whole thing? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's totally wrong. We got to make our own. So, save this one as ball catch, start a sketch from the bottom, and it's going to be overall plate dimensions 46.69. Are you kidding me? Is that an inch standard? Hold on. Yeah, it's like 1.8 inch. Well, we'll keep it in millimeters. 46.7. 46.8 by 10. 9.93. 10. 46.8. That's our base plate. And then centers from the edges. Well, I can mirror this for the most part. So our first ball starts at 10.5, I want to say. Yeah, it's like 11 even. I'll call that, well, 10.5, 9.5. So 10.5 by 9.5. So we'll make a construction line that, no, not a construction box, a construction line that takes us 10.5. That was a solid fucker X. There we go. And then I need a box that is solid that takes us 9. You son of a bitch! I hit escape by accident. Take that up like that, and then do 9.5. Is that really 9.5? Hold on, let me measure that again. Well, it's like 9.36. So I'm going to say 9.5. And then I got to make sure that this thing's locked in up here. It is not, because it's fusion. You got to make sure that it locks it in. You got to look for the symbols. 9.5, and then if I take a center line like that, and then of course our hole, which is, well, it's going to be half of 10, so that one's going to be 5 and probably 5 again. Yeah, 5 by 5, 2 in the pipe, and then 3.5 width. So this will be a construction line from the midpoint there, and then 5 there. Make sure that it links in there, and then we take the circle and we make it 3.5. It's really 3.4, but 3.5. Okay, so there's our hole. I'm not going to worry about the chamfer radius. Oh god, I'm not going to worry about the chamfer radius on that. 9.5 there for the tower, and then we hit the mirror tool. Seems to be the tool of the day is the mirror tool. We just mirror all this stuff here. Oops. Click OK. Finish the sketch. Now we just do the base plate, which is 1.6. Extrude you, and you. 1.6. And then I need my sketch back, you freaking jerk. Give me my sketch back. You have a 3D printer you recommend? It's hard, it's tough for me to recommend one because, hold on, extrude this, extrude that, and the height of those is, okay, give me 1 sec here. 10.8. 10.8. Why is everything like 0.8, you know? Make it 11, and I'm gonna do join 11 millimeters. So do I have like a 3D printer that I recommend? I don't. I really don't, because I bought my printer because I hate printers. I hate them, and I think they're completely fucking useless at everything that they do. We can't even get 2D printers right, and yet here we are jumping into 3D printers. And then I bought one, and it turns out that they're actually very useful. They're actually very useful at things like what we're doing right now, which is panicked iterative design in order to make something function a particular way. So my opinions on 3D printers have changed. I started out with a CR10S that was $400, and I've replaced goddamn nearly every component in it. Almost everything I've replaced. I have a ball bearing at the bottom of this bin that I gotta find. Hold on. I'll look for a ball bearing while I talk about this. So I don't really know where somebody should start with 3D printing. The state of the art for 3D printing has come a little ways from where I am right now. And if you hunt for a deal long enough, you're liable to find something really, really cool with a lot of bang for your buck. But what to hunt for? I don't know. I don't actually know. People in chat might have suggestions, and as always, if you jump on the I was going to say subreddit. We don't, I mean, there is an Oh Bother subreddit, but I've never been there. I don't think there are any posts. I don't think it's a really active Reddit, and I don't think it has any purpose anyway, unless you guys like want to take out ads on Reddit or something. But no, we have a Discord. We have a Discord that you could join up with and check out. Prusa Mark IIIs. Yeah, the thing is, like, what do you want? 7mm. What do you want out of your printer? And there's two different schools of thought on this one. My reticence in getting the reason I didn't want to get a printer right away, and I hated them and I didn't like them, is because the printer becomes the hobby. If you get a printer that you need to constantly be messing with, and you're still going to be messing with it no matter what printer you get, but it depends on what level you want to be messing with your printer. Do you want to be adding stuff to it? Do you want to buy stuff for it and make it work a little better? Or do you want to just buy a printer, put it in a room, hit print, get something out of that, and you got a thing? And then you're still going to have to tweak all the settings. Both setups, you're going to tweak the settings. But if you want something that you can customize and you can cater to exactly your needs, you're going to be looking at a different printer than if you just buy something that works. And this is the same thing that I run into with cars, and I get into a lot of trouble for this opinion with cars. If you spend more money on a good car that is made for the purposes that you intend to use it for, you're going to go much further than if you buy something that is a sort of a jalopy and you fix it up to be super good. Now, it depends on your skill level with cars, but generally, if you buy something that has the suspension dynamics that's going to be good for autocrossing, and you make that into a road racing car, or you make that into a track car, you're not going to go as far as if you start something that has good road dynamics and good track dynamics and move it into being more of a track car. So with like, with your like Prusas and stuff like that, you're spending a bit more money, but you're spending it on the fact that this thing is going to function properly. And also keep in mind that the default state for most printers is collecting dust. A lot of printers out there that just don't work. Now I'm in a position where I'm doing a lot of stuff with printers, right? Like all these projects that I do, they all require like some way to quickly manufacture parts that don't involve my inability to do measurements and cut stuff. I'm bad at it. I'm a bad machinist. My machine sucks right now. I'm bad at being a machinist. But yeah, you can get printers that function really nicely out of the box if you feel like you're going to be doing a lot of iterative design. If you want to just ease yourself into the project space of learning how printers work, there are very cheap options, and you should look for stuff on sale. Definitely. And if you're clever enough to go into the electronics and replace stuff, you could even look for people trying to get rid of, you always want the girl who broke up with her boyfriend and is selling all of his stuff. Like, wow, you taught him a lesson. Give me that printer. Give me the printer. Give me the printer. All right, so let's see here. Put about $300 into the Ender 3 Pro to improve it. Now moving to printing things more suited for the resolution of a resin printer. I've been doing smaller and smaller parts. It's been feeling like I should probably be looking towards doing resin, but yeah, I just don't know. I haven't touched my printer other than vacuuming the dust off for the past 2 years. Oh no. I don't know how far the ball sticks into this. I mean, I could put all the measurements into this, or we could just move on with this, which is close enough to what we have that we can make all the judgments that we need to. I don't need to know where the balls are. That's where the P is stored, and so we don't need to really worry about that. But what I do need to do is be vain. I mean, it's not old matte. I wish I had like polished matte, but this will be good enough. And then you gotta toggle the radio buttons, otherwise they don't work properly. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. There it is. There's our part. I guess I gotta click close. All right, save this. Control S. And on Ender 5 Plus, people said BSD, but it's been pretty precise. The only mod I needed was to replace the off-goal board, the official board, with an SKR silent board. Yeah, the silent TMC boards are a sizable upgrade if you're going to be living in the same room as your printer. All right, back to the printer. We got our part. Should be cool. We can pluck that thing off. Bada bing. Bada bang. Bada boom. Printer's ready for another print. Bop. There we go. I have the hard seltzer bin that you see behind the printer is where I put all that excess plastic. I'll probably print more that I've moved into a place where I can stuff it in a room and I don't have to hear the thing. Amen, brother. I like having it in the same room because I can do hall monitor tasks. Because when you're printing like larger jobs, you want to like kind of keep an eye on it. And I could move it into the other part of the basement here, where I could potentially keep an eye on it. But I don't know. I'd rather have it in the same room as me. And so having the silent board on it is really, really nice. Yeah, Octopi is like a quality of life upgrade. All right, easy going, and then push it past. I mean, that's not a lot of force to get that thing over there, right? I may have to replace the springs on these with much more taut springs in order to get the feel out of it, which is something that I was doing previously to these. I need a larger Phillips head, or flathead rather. Larger flathead. A plywood swiper. Short Lurker wanted me to put in like the boxing glove mod, which just punches the thing off. Yeah, I mean, I could do something like that. Those are fun. Sometimes though, I need to clean the bed surface. That's gonna be way too much spring. Yeah, there's the boxing glove mod is a pretty good one. One of the ones that I was thinking about, if I were to have done more manufacturing for the pandemic, making like face mask parts and stuff. This is the original spring, by the way. Making like, yeah, the box of springs is a curse. Don't think this is a blessing here. If I were to have done more manufacturing printing during the pandemic, I would have considered water cooling the bed. We talked about that earlier. Water cooling the bed seems like a really cool, like, I don't know. It's not necessary by any means, but it might cool the bed a lot faster, cause the parts to come off, and I could put the whole printer at an angle, and then parts would just fall. Because once you cool the bed with PETG, the part will remove itself and just barely even be held there. It requires very little force to pop the print off. That's the original spring again, I think. It's a different spring. Whose spring is this? Somebody claim this spring. I'm trying to find harder springs so that I can increase the amount of force on the balls where the P is stored. And they might take the form of a slightly different looking spring, but you know, something like that will give me possibly enough kickback on this thing that just this mechanism will be enough to give me the feel that I want. Problem is, if I overdo it, then we're in the same position where it like moves the plastic way out of the way. Starting to think that these aren't springs from the detents. These might be different springs. No, I should have 3 of them, so this might be the 3rd one. It's caught in another spring, of course. Maybe these are too light. These aren't going to be any worse. This is what I had in here. Okay, where is this going? These are all way too light. This is what I had in previously, and it was preloaded like down to here. The PETG, it sticks pretty well. Had to start using blue painter's tape as it was sticking, yeah, too well to the glass bed. You gotta let it cool fully, and then it'll unstick a little bit. But it's still glass, just bare glass is very crazy. I have a coated surface. If I really need to be able to if I really want like a glassy surface, I will flip it over to glass. But with glass, I have to be very careful to let it fully cool down to room temperature, because if I pick it up anytime early, I mean, it's a matter of like time before it just starts peeling up glass, which is terrible, but it's a wear and tear item. Only like 35 bucks to get another bed. And if you print exclusively on glass, you could probably find a glass provider that could sell it to you for cheaper. These don't work because they're too big for the body there. I don't want to sacrifice. I think I can hold this up to the shifter and test it to see what the force feels like. Once I get the right springs in there, I would very much like to find another one of these. Another one of these, and I don't think it's from the same spring kit because it's shiny. Yeah, the belt printers are pretty cool. You can print stuff like swords on them because it just keeps going. And they were used a little bit during the early pandemic to make face mask holders. This isn't it. No, that's not the right thing. It's just not the right thing. I just don't know. I don't know if this is a unique spring or what. Problem with the spring bin is that all the springs get caught in all the springs. I should put a top on the spring bin, so when you open the spring bin, a bunch of springs fly out. Then you know you're going into a spring bin, you know? Ah, there are springs in my eyes. This is definitely the spring bin. Yeah, I've never look, I'm not a 3D printing expert. I know how to run my own setup. You know, it's like one of those things. I thought it would be comedic to rage out at the printer a lot, and it turns out it's much more of a staple of the shop than I had given it credit for. I feel like that spring made its way into this bin from something else. I might only have one of them, which is very frustrating because it's like exactly the spring that I need. I mean, the spring can be halfway to the big spring that's in this thing. It doesn't, because there's two of them, right? Like if I could do two of these, is that too big for the... That's actually pretty good. Although this is a pretty freaking ridiculous spring. That's a bit much. Two of these, is that the same thing? Yeah, two of those is going to be a lot of spring, and it's going to be very hard for me to deploy it. I don't think this one will compress enough. Unless I cut it. Which I don't really want to cut it. Yeah, that is the size of the original spring when it's compressed. Oh well. So much for you. Unless I cut you. But I don't have the means to cut something like that. This one is weaker than this. That one's putting up a good amount of force, but that was the one we had before, and it doesn't seem like it's putting a lot of spring against it. This one I think will work, but I only have one. We'll try it. Let me try the one. There it is. Put my ball in there. Put this thing in there. One of these. And I gotta like force it down with a flathead because it's not the right size. It's gonna be preloaded to all hell. Ah! Yeah, printer to multi-tool swap would be kind of cool. Being able to get like a laser out of it would be neat. Of course, the laser that I would be able to put in there is probably only an engraving laser. Laser diodes are getting pretty powerful these days, though. Ow, ow, ow. This is pain. This is pain. Ugh, ow, Jesus fucking Christ. My flesh is spongy. It's hurting me. Sir, I wasn't made for this. Sir, please. This is hurting me. I already have, like, divots on my hands from other stuff. Ow! God! Okay, fuck that spring. God damn it. Fuck that noise. That thing sucked. What others do we have here? I feel like I don't have anything to bridge the gap between this and this, or whatever, and the one that was originally in there, which is this. And you're the one, I mean, this should be springier. Spring eater. It's not. I feel like this spring is going to be a harder detent than the other one. Why is that? It's just the size of the wire. That actually might not be the default. No, I think it is the default spring. Hurts me a lot less to put in. I'll just put 2 of these in here. Ah! Well, that one went right back into the bin. Thank you for your service. Wait a minute, the other one stuck out a little bit. I think that was a different spring than these. It didn't sit all the way flat. So I got a different class of spring going on in here. That's a Springo. I could always like double up. Yeah, I guess I could double them up. Here. I'm gonna create a weird spring rate, but it might actually do pretty well. Maybe not. Just like that. Still compresses. Double them up. See what happens. Not really doubled up. It's 2 different springs. I'm just putting them together. Got a dual rate going on. Do that on this side. Yeah, see that one like sticks up a little bit. No, I guess it's the same thing. All right, so I get these 2 entwined within one another. Come on. They're close to the same radius, but one of them sits inside of the other one. Yeah, that's it. You got to learn how to spin stuff, you see. You don't just say, I stuck 2 springs in there. You go, I gave it a progressive spring rate using 2 springs instead of 1. So the idea is that this thing is engaged, right? It stays in. I could always make that like have a guide. Well, anyway, but then yeah. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, fuck that. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Press it through. That needs to be more of a slope so that it kind of hits a wall, but then, oh, that's really light though. Yeah, it's really light. That needs to be like a tough thing to get through, kind of like what I had before, but what I had before was it would not move. Huh, one goes in way more than the other? That doesn't seem right. Back that one out a little bit. Too weak. Well, let's see. If I put it on the shifter, I probably won't even be able to feel it compared to the other one. I think maybe the springs aren't springy enough, and maybe I do need to like work the really tough springs into it, which is tough to do. Very difficult. But if I could make it spring back out, and then I can give it all the force to spring in, I mean, all that stuff is tunable, assuming I can access the outside of this thing. Yeah, there's just nothing. there's just nothing. I will need to make the mechanism before I'm able to test this. I don't think the slope of the wedge is going to have more impact though, because it needs to hit against this, and this has a lot of leverage on it. And I need to make it needs to feel, because like even if I put it like this, I put it like right here. Yeah, it's not much. It's like a total pushover. Well, that too. I got to invent an entire solid for this. Well, we have this part modeled now, so let's get that into the drawing and see if we can't alter this thing a little bit more. I think what we need to do is we need to start it over again, and I'll use the same cutout principles that I did before. So we'll make the body of the thing first, I guess. But I need the surface in order to place the thing. I mean, we can't even measure the angle. We can't even measure the angle that it's at, which is weird. Here, get myself out of here. Let's go to this camera, the vanity cam. Get over here, and then I can go fusion, and we can go to this one. So we got this part. That's all we really need, right? Just double check on that height right there. Should be about 10 millimeters. That doesn't really give us much of an idea. That doesn't quite do it. That doesn't, the fusion kind of breaks down after a little bit, huh? Because I can easily just take calipers and I can just measure that. I was like, oh yeah, that's like 9.15, sort of like 9.15, 9.3. But I can't quite get that measurement in fusion, unless maybe I do from here to here. Well, that doesn't really help me. Diameter 10. So it would be, assuming that is half, then it would be 5. So it'd be 10.4, which is off. That's off from the actual height. So it's off from the actual height. I'm not buying a gearbox. I'm already mad at Chatter, right? So not too sure about what I modeled. If it's going to be the same dimensions as the this thing. I mean, 10.75 I got as the overall height, and I think that's what I extruded this to be. Well, I did 11. Yeah, so that should be okay. All right, anyway, let's take this and let's put that into the other drawing and see if we can't make a solid around it. So I would love to know what that angle is. Let's see if we can try to ascertain what the difference in angle between this and origin is. Please. I have no idea how I'm going to do that, though. Which is why I'm tempted to, let's just start from this point and make another solid object. I think that's our best bet. I mean, I could duplicate this thing, but we can just redo the steps that we used to make it, because we got all the sketches in place to do that. So what I can do is take... I can make it on top of the original sketch. I can make a new sketch. Like, I guess I can't make a new sketch there. Because we based that angle off of where we put these springs. So anything that I make is going to be based off of that spring, even though that spring isn't going to exist in this system anymore. That's the weird part about what we're doing right now. Huh. Oh, yes, yes. Well, okay. All right, all right. We got to start somewhere, and I guess we're going to start with that same surface that this sketch came from. So let's get rid of this and this, and then we're going to create a sketch here. Where's the other sketch? That sketch was, yeah, it's right there. So we're going to create a sketch here again. Well, that's, yeah, I mean, I could. I don't have good angle measurement tools. My angle measurement tools are not good. They don't work that well. If I'm creating this in order to base the bottom piece of the other thing, and then I'm using that in order to place that thing is going to be tough for me to place. If I put it in here and I center it, and then I make that my thing, how can I, hold on a minute. Trying to think of how I can get to part of the design that I want to with this. So take that, rotate that 90 degrees, move it up like that. Now, can I take this? I mean, I can always attach this to the spring and then just work in increments of 90 from there. Like if I do it like this, and then I do point to point, I take this point, attach it to this point. Timeline's going to be all weird. It doesn't take the angle. What are you dumb? What are you doing? What if I do assemble or align? and then I take that. I want you to align with this. Angle achieved, although pretty weirdly, and cat is about to freeze. Okay, there we go. Well, it gets us to the right angle. So if I move this component here, I just keep it in increments of 90 degrees, I can kind of get it into position. Side angle side. What are you talking about? We'll have to figure out how to center it in a minute, but that can be just a factor of measurement. And then like this. And I kind of just wanted to get it like approximately to where this thing is. See, the thing is, we've got a changing slope of the other piece. The other piece kind of changes its slope as it goes along, so we know that we're not going to collide. We're going to be very close to colliding once we get this thing in here. But we know it's not going to collide because we've got the other one that we positioned and it didn't collide. So perhaps we'll be okay with this. Now I want to move it right and left, and so I guess what I can do is do, I wish they had like an X label on that. X distance. I want to go where's the center? Where's your center? Nah, it didn't let me do that. Please, sister, thank you for gifting a sub to Project Alpha. Said I like your style. His style's a little chaos, but if I hit escape, is this gonna like totally ruin everything? Okay, it didn't. I was gonna click OK on that. We'll measure this now. So I need an XYZ measurement in order to get this to the center of this part. Now, this part is not necessarily origin center. I think maybe in that axis it is, but right left is not center. Man, we're tossing all this crap inside of my shifter. All this crap is going inside of my shifter. It's terrible. I'm thinking. This is all very cursed, this whole project. All right, let's get the X in center. So inspect, and can I get like a center? It's not going to do that. There's probably a tool that does this, isn't there? Alt Control. I'm looking for, yeah, snap point. There we go. So this part, or this point right there, in relation to, and I got to show origin. Relation to origin. Oh God, show snap points is cursed. XYZ delta. I don't think that X is the X that we're talking about. We were 1 millimeter off. Then you go 1 millimeter to the right. Gotta do components. Select the component. We gotta go this way. 1 millimeter. Now we're centered. Hey, how about that? How about that? We go to the ortho view at the right. There we go. Look at that. Totally centered. Good old ortho view. Bloop. That was kind of a jarring ortho view. That kind of like, that was rough. The reason for the angle there is just because that's where the force is going to be on this thing. So, you know, maybe I'll go back into the, I'll probably make a new sketch right here and create like a thing that's going to hold this thing at an angle. And I guess it can go on the sides and under it. Yeah. On the sides and under it, and then we'll have just a guide rod that'll be coming up from there. So the guide rod's going to have to be altered. It's not going to necessarily be the exact width of the whole thing. Let's see if the guide rod pop out again, in which case I need to have it on some kind of like a spring that's going to push it back out. Oh man, this is a lot of like weird design going on into this. All right, so let's make a Yeah, let's make a new sketch right here. Capture the positions right now. That's going to cause more mayhem later on, but I don't need to see the outside right now. Sorry, I'm trying to look at what components I've got. The jacket, we can get away. Okay, so I've got this thing here. The other sketch had a radius of what? Was that 10? I forget what those were. Well, we can just approximate. 12. So I can take... I'll take this basically to this outer limit here. So what do we have in this drawing? We've got all that stuff. And then... Yeah, oh, get rid of that. Sketch is getting in the way. The top piece here, is that not projected? Can I not get this top point? Huh, okay. Oh, it's not in... Yeah, okay, so I gotta project it in. Please, please. Fine, just take the whole thing. So we project that in. And I probably need these too. Oh my God, you guys are like my parents. Yes, I didn't immediately think of every contingency, but yeah, we've been discussing a spring that's going to push it back out. It will need that. No, it won't. That won't. Sorry, that won't eliminate the clunk feel. That won't eliminate the clunk feel because it's going back down the ramp. I mean, we're basically just mirror imaging the design that was there on the other shifter. Basically, the springs are going to force. If it pushes out, the springs are actually going to help it a little bit. So it just needs a very light push to disengage. All right, so how thick do we want this thing to be? Well, it was originally down to there. I guess we'll just... Oh, man, I don't know if we have much room below this. I may also want to lift this thing up a little bit from where it is. It's very arbitrarily placed right now. Yeah, I think I want to move it up a little bit. Give it that, and then it's a little bit more in line with that. It's going to change all the dynamics, though. That's the only problem. That's not colliding. Good. Okay. So I got away with that. I got away with that like a bandit. Because that's going to push down from there. What I could do instead of... The only problem with that is that I've got to have a rod that's long enough that this thing can get all the way over to the other gears over here. And I don't want like a massive rod to be sticking out of the side of this thing. You know? I don't know how else I could make that work. Because the springs that are already there would do a great job to assist this thing in moving back and forth. But we can get rid of the... this guy. Nope, wrong guy. We can get rid of this guy. And then we can go back to where our sketch is. Oh, I need to finish, yeah, finish altering the position. And now our sketch has all these geometries on it. Get rid of the jacket. I am kind of flying by the seat of my pants here. We'll go 9.4 by 9.4. How about that? Nine four. What is... Did you not... Nope. Take the box. Go 9.4 by 9.4. Like that. Yeah, I'm looking for if there are any blue lines in this stuff. That's when I get angry, because that means it doesn't acknowledge the dimension that I put in there. So 9494 on the ends, and then I just make a base plate on the bottom. I'll just do this. So I'll just do this manually. So 9.4 by 9.4. And we'll do the thing we did with the other one where we extrude it outwards into the frame. We'll do a 3-point box on that one. So I'll go from, hello? Why does Fusion do this? Sometimes you try to mouse over like an anchor point and it like freezes. Everything stops. It's like it tries to figure out the geometry, but it just explodes. Base plate thickness. What are we thinking for that? Maybe like this doesn't need to be that thick. Let's make it like 3, just for a little stability. And that'll be the base of this thing. So we'll work with that for now. And then I'm going to, from here, from this step, we'll extrude this upwards. Okay, why is that even highlighting as a circle? Oh, because it's part of the original drawing, that's right. So that. We need this, and we need to go this way, and we need to go, I'll just go to object, and then I don't have to worry about what the dimensions are. And then we need to pull this thing back in. And I need to go backwards. And I only need what I need. But it looks like I'm probably going to have to go up a little bit on that. Yeah, because that's broken up in that way. How can I do that? How can I do that? Well, I could have to create another sketch in order to do a lot of that stuff, huh? If I lift this thing up even further, I could do it, but because I was going to do 2 screw holes on that end, and then the rest of this would be press fit like its buddy is. So if I do that, I would need to create, let's just create a sketch here. That sketch is going to change if I change that solid. Well, it should be okay. And then basically what I'll do is I'll get rid of the jacket for right now, and then I can create. Oh yeah, I want to project first. I want to project this, and this, and this. I want that, and then I'll just go here to here. Oh wait, no, I need to project. Well, I can just project that point. So I'll go corner to corner and just make a box around the back of this thing. Let's see, and then I'll avoid this area. Oh, you know, I probably should, no, I guess I can't. So I'll just do a corner to corner box on this too. There, and so that's closed off now. So now I can project this. Well, that's gonna create like a roof. I don't want to do that. Wait a minute, I don't want to do that. I gotta think about the 3D printer while I'm creating these solids. I need to be consistent with that, as I've neglected my duties as a 3D printer. Hold on. We can just do like let me edit this sketch. I'll just do a straight line up from here. And here. Fusion is like, what are you doing, man? So this and this, I can go to object here, and that'll join the other thing. Look at this beautiful box that I've created with barely any support. That's okay though. It's gonna be a lot of plastic, but this'll spring fit in, right? So here's how we make it fit. So I've got this outer piece here, and then I've got another sketch, got a specialty sketch. This little guy right here. I could extrude this up. Okay, all right. Extrude that up, and that'll cut it out on the outer rim. And now I can just do an interference fit. So I get one of these, and this is what we're cutting, and this is the tool that we're cutting it with. And it's joining. Cut. What? Huh? This. Cut. And that should press fit in like the other one. And it gives us this ramp here that hopefully our other 3D print can slide against. Yeah, Fusion is magic sometimes. I don't really want to create another sketch for these screw holes, but I might need to. Because it's basically going to print from the bed down here and up. So, yeah, Fusion is a lot of fun. I mean, it's like magic sometimes. It is like magic. Let's see here. That's kind of a weird little thing. Well, at least that fits within the pillars, so that way I don't have the overrun like I did on the other part. And I could make like a little, you know, we could make like a little fork on the end that'll catch this, or I don't know. We'll figure it out. We got a lot of stuff to figure out still. Can I extrude? No, I can't. I cannot extrude. Do not extrude. Do not. Do not. I'm gonna extrude. Finish sketch, and so now that I have a sketch there, suddenly I can extrude this, and I can cut down. But that's not the type of screw that I'm gonna be using to hold this thing in. I had a screw and a washer previously, and it was like an M2 and a half maybe. So let's go back to that sketch. This drawing is getting out of hand. This is what happens when you do this kind of thing on stream. And you have no idea what you're doing ahead of time. So from there, let's make like let's use 2mm hardware on this thing. So I'll just do that. I'll make a 2mm thing. I probably could use the hole tool to do that. Oh well, we got sketches coming out of our ears. We might need a sketch on this plane for another purpose anyway. All right, that does that. I could be fancy and chamfer the edges, but I don't really think I need to. The 3D printer is going to do some rounding on it anyway. But that'll be the first test piece. And then we can make ramp rods. Project Ramp Rod. We make ramp rods from there. Let me make it, I gotta do the appearance menu. I always have to do the appearance menu. There we go. Now it looks like plastic. I feel better about that. I'm afraid that when I go to click this into place, it won't hold in as well because of the flexure between these parts. I don't trust my printer to do bridging either, though. So I may just leave this the way it is and hope it works. Let's print this. It'll probably take a little bit to print, but I think we should be able to make a nice... So let's do detent, hold. R detent, hold. R ball cup. There we go. It's the ball cupper. All right, so save as mesh. And I don't alter any of the settings. I just save it as a mesh right away. Fusion is really good at that kind of stuff. I know that they're going to be changing the pricing structure, and I know the free version hopefully will remain the way it is, in which case the functionality that I'm getting at a Fusion right now, you guys can also get. You just need to be careful. Rigid enough to me with the metal bit attached. Yeah, there's some there. Yeah, that was the. I think that was what I was referencing. Sometimes I don't know what my brain reaches for in terms of references. The desktop. What the fuck just happened? Oh, I'm holding down the A key. Oh my god. Oh my god. I keep holding down the A key when I'm streaming lately. I need like a little A key like flip cover. Temp prints. R ball cup. Bop. Bop. Nice simple geometry on this thing, right? The only weird thing is maybe the outside edge. Oh, except for those two ramps right there. I think we can get away with no support structure printing it like this. I mean, support on build plate only, 18 infill. My pattern for the infill, that was a weird thing before. Infill. 3D honeycomb? Ah. Yeah, let's keep it 3D honeycomb. That could be fun. What? Does it think that it sliced it? Did I accidentally... I guess I sliced it. Yeah, that'll be easy to break off. As long as there's minimal amounts of stuff for me to break off of the thing. I think it'll be okay. without support structure, it might be able to print that, but PETG is a gloopy, droopy kind of affair, so you might have some trouble. Alternatively, maybe I could support this part of the build, and then this will just be kind of a rough surface up here, but I don't really want that to be because PETG does not like to separate from support structure, like at all. Like, it'll fight you tooth and nail to not separate from support structure. Until I can figure that out, I think this is probably the best way to do it, and I'll just break these two ends off. It might not fit as cleanly as the previous one, though. I might need to take a file to it. But yeah, let's 30 minutes. All right, well, let's start it up. I guess this will, I'll switch print colors eventually when we get more towards the final thing. But again, we're doing iterative print, we're doing iterative design. I gotta clean off the bed. How did that thing get on there? I thought I cleaned it all off. Oops, I just punched my printer. Sorry, printer. Okay, well, iterative design, bit by bit. I guess I'm gonna be spending Saturday doing this too. What are we forensicing? I got my glass of water over here, and I didn't even take a sip out of it. That's how intensely we've been working on this thing. Ultimately, it's a pretty silly design, but this is a 30-minute print. Yeah, I guess we're gonna print it. I guess we're gonna wait for this thing to print. This will give me a better idea, because if I have something that's going to guide this piece through, and actually I need to lower the size of the piece. It sticks up a little bit in here, hold on, so you guys aren't just looking at nothing. This sticks up a little bit, so I'll have to alter the height of this thing. Which I guess I could just do with a razor blade right now. I could just cut one of the layers off. I just don't think that this is going to have much of an effect on the feel of the whole thing. And then I don't know how I'm going to be able to knock the thing back out. Because we're going to have it like this, right? And I'll push down this way and in. Where's the spring go? That's a spring go. I do not know. Yikes. This design has gotten weird. This has gotten very weird, chat. I don't know what to do about it. This has gotten very weird. We're pushing a thing through there. I don't have any of the kinematic stuff going on. We want it to hit up against something at a certain point, but then we also want it to pop back out. So are we going to need something that sits on the outside here to keep it from popping out and hitting? We've got enough room on these sides that I could put a little push spring on it, right? If it's not going to need that much force to push it back out, I could put two little springs on the ends here with just two big spring holes. So we can shove it in my spring hole. What is the diameter of some of these springs? And I've got various different sizes, so 6 millimeter. So 6.2 centered on this thing. Boy, this is another one of these damn sketches, huh? So let's go back to this sketch. We want to be centered on this. So I'll just take a box. I'll make a construction box. And I will go center to center there. That's the center. All right. And then I make, so we do have room. Make a regular circle here, and I'll make that 6.4. I want to give it plenty of room because it's not really, I'm probably gonna have to take a drill bit to that in order to open it up. But yeah, like if this pushes back against this, it doesn't feel like it's centered on. I think maybe, does it need to be centered to that whole face or just the plastic? Probably needs to be centered to this. Yeah, hold on. So let's do construction box, and I'll go from this center. It's not really, I guess it is the center of the ball bearing to that center. And then we'll make that 6.46. Damn it! 0.4. And then make this one. Well, I got to do the construction box again. From there to there. And we do this. Like that. Spring goes in spring hole. Spring hole. I'll probably have to take a drill bit on that to open it up again. But all right, so we'll have 2 springs on the outside like that, and that'll be able to push back against whatever we make. Whatever we make, I guess we can have a back plate on it so that when these things kick it out, it doesn't kick it out and, you know, fire it out onto the desk. That's a pretty wide push piece, but I don't know. I guess it'll work. No, what am I doing? I'm looking for this one. Start object. Here, where's my object? There. And our distance for the spring that I want to use, which is the one that was 6 millimeters, that I've already lost. Don't know where it is. It's a very light spring. It might not be the right thing. I just gotta investigate it. That one is 6, okay, and then compressed. This thing is, I mean, that's fully compressed. We can give it a little bit of wiggle room. 4 millimeters. So I'll take that in 4. Yeah, I guess the back plate here is going to determine where it sits. So I'll just make like a flare out on the back piece here, and that'll just hold it in place. And then maybe I can extrude it from here and make like a piece that it'll connect to when we get to there. So yeah, those are just going to be holes for springs. Could have it pushing up against a pivoted paddle to an offset spring, still within the housing, pulling to pop it back out rather than pushing. Ah, my brain. Yeah, so one of the ways that I was thinking of doing is, honestly, everything should be supported by the bottom plate. That's how this thing originally was made. Supporting it by this plastic is a bad practice because that plastic is meant to just hold up the gates. I was thinking of doing it in a way where I had like a roller that was suspended and then you'd move it over and the roller would pop up. But I don't know. I don't know. We're just going to try doing it this way, and if it works, it works, you know? I'm not going to add like big levers and pivots and springs and weirdness. All I want it to do is kick itself back out once it's been engaged. And so I've got these weak springs that are 6 millimeters, and if I just have them push it back like a couple millimeters, it'll be good. Because it basically needs to, the way this thing works is that, the way I'd like it to work is that this thing will sit like this, just a little bit disengaged. So it'll have a little bit of spring force against it already, but then when you push it in, it goes a pre-subscribed amount of distance, right? And so it'll compress those springs, and when it pops back out, it'll just hit back up against the stopper again. And we can redesign this whole thing to cater to the dimensions once we know them a little better. Because, yeah, right now, I mean, it's got to squish in and have 1 millimeter in front of it. And that 1 millimeter in front of it is basically going to be the plate that's going to be pushed. That's what I measured anyway. Look at him go. Filling in those solids. We didn't get to work on Burn the Subs today again. Basically because I've lost control of my life. I can't stop working on car projects, chat. And so I've got like 7 or 8 viewers. We need that sick-ab raid today. But it's not going to happen. Yeah. You know, it'll be good to get this project done. It'll be good to give it the good feel. And I do think that chill vibes while the streamer like bursts into tears. I think the ramp, getting the ramp right is going to be interesting, but yeah, what even is Burn the Sub? Shut the fuck up. All for the rally win, yeah. If you guys don't know, Burn the Subs is it's a big project. It's maybe at this point a little smaller than the steering wheel project, but the Burn the Subs is actually it is a project what involves the Twitch API, the programming, internet interface that Twitch contains, and getting onto it with the Raspberry Pi, and then getting the names of subscribers. And when somebody subscribes, you then turn that name into G-code, what will put it on a big word cloud. But the problem is, how do you keep names from colliding? And there's all kinds of other things that you need. So basically the thing is, we need to get back to Burn the Subs. There have been 2 other iterations of Burn the Subs. This one, the new one, involves a live edge board. You can kind of see in the image in the background there. It involves a live edge board, so we need a couple tools in order to make it work properly, which include something that will allow me to trace the edge of the board and use all the numbers that are already in the system in order to create a masking image. In addition to that, we are putting a new driver. Did that pick up the print and start? No, it's still down. Okay. I'm wondering if we're making a ball of plastic yet. In addition to creating the edge thing, we're putting a new driver board in there, because the driver board that we were previously using on Burn the Subs, the previous edition of the driver board, it was maybe a one-of-a-kind. Not really, though. Not the good kind of one-of-a-kind, the bad kind of one-of-a-kind. It's the kind of thing that you buy in 2013 and dig out of a bin and go, oh, look, it's a laser driver. I think that's what it was. And you go to look it up, and there's no support for it at all whatsoever. There's no support. We use something called Gerbil, which is now end-of-lifed. So GRBL is no longer a thing as of 2019. So we need to use some new tools in order to define our laser board. And I think what we're going to do, unless there's a big trip up, I think what we're going to use is Clipper. Because Clipper can be used for laser tables, and Clipper has that look-ahead style inertia planning. So it'll be utilizing the Raspberry Pi and all of its capabilities quite nicely. We'll be running the Python as well in conjunction with everything else. And then the only other thing that I could work out is how we deal with the databases. I use Peewee right now in order to deal with the databases because it's hilarious. Talking about Pee-wee's Playhouse and all that stuff. But I need something that'll be able to save off the database, maybe. Well, that's all down the line. The physical stuff is first, though. You can see in the background there's a reservoir and a radiator. So that's going to be cooling the Raspberry Pi, just because I'm also buying coolers for the motor drivers, because it's just the way it is. So we've got the 2 blocks on the motor drivers, and then we'll have a block on the Raspberry Pi, and that's how we're going to cool Burn the Subs. So I got a pump that's running all that stuff. I had to get a new pump, a more strong pump, because now I'm going to run a cooling line all the way to the laser. We're running like a 2-watt laser, right? And that creates a lot of heat. Generally speaking, putting a fan on it is perfectly fine. But water's really efficient. So I can run silicon hoses next to all of the other wires that make up Burn the Subs. I'm going to have to rewire the whole thing too. We're going to make the control box able to be removed so that I can pluck it off of the wall, move it over to the sink, and do water maintenance on the damn thing. That's going to be a necessary part of the whole thing. So, we got a lot of leak tests. We got a lot of design to do. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. It's going to take a long time, and I don't know what to do about the names of people going onto the board initially. Because the list grows. My previous promise was, and the reason I want to do this, the reason I want to do everyone in between boards gets burnt up first in a random order, is because traditionally when I start up a new board, there's a mad dash for people to be the first person on the board. Now on the new board, all the names are going to be the same size. There's going to be a difference in size simply for names what are gifts versus original subs. That's going to be the differentiation between fonts, but they're all going to be the same size. So we're going to work within that system in order to get this right. Hey, and maybe it fills up very quickly and I just have to, maybe I just have to like grind down all the stuff. I wonder if we have space in this part. Just thinking about this part now. I wonder how much space we have back here. Like back here. Because if we could have a piece that's even with this backing, and then when you, is like pushed in a little bit, and when you get it into reverse, it'll just become even with this outside of the housing. That would be the ideal way to have it, wouldn't it? And then I'd have something that catches it as it moves forward. What is the distance all the way down here? Chat, what is this number? Give me the number, chat. Come on. God, this fucking failed me. All right, 15 millimeters. 15 millimeters. And then our ramp is, I mean, just from our rudimentary calculations, it doesn't show them. 12. We can make that work. I can make that work. I could just make a little T cutout at the end, and then put that on the end of Team Ramrod over here. Although this is 25. 25 is where it contacts, and then it moves 6. So the front of the thing, and this is actually the opposite of what it needs to be. Ramp needs to be on the other side, doesn't it? Yeah, because the 25 part will stick into our mechanism, but it doesn't need to go out all that distance for this. It needs to hit up at a certain spot. We need to figure out what that spot is going to be. That's what we need to figure out. We need to figure out where that spot is, where I need it to hit up against the ramp, and then what the distance to push from there is. And we can cater to that. Okay. All right. So when this thing is done printing, we'll give it a quick test. I don't think there's going to be enough spring force on it for the time being. And we obviously won't have these spring holes in the front either, because those will be the reset springs. And I guess I can't make an adjustment. If I need to adjust the spring in it, I'm going to have to take that whole part out. God, that is going to be annoying. That's all right. We'll work within that system. Yeah, I think what I can make is a whole assembly back here. So there's just going to be like a nub that needs to be pushed. Or, well, it's going to be a whole like T-shaped plate, and it'll have like a retaining piece on the end, so that when it's pushed backwards, it pushes up against the weak springs. Why is there a seam? Why is there a seam right there? What is that? Huh? Why is that there? Why is there a seam? Why is there a seam right there? Oh, because it's barely... I see. It's going to be a thin wall. Okay. Well, you know, I'll see if I can... I should find, like, different springs for this. Maybe. But if I can... Yeah, if I can do that, it'll be nice and compact. I mean, I could do, like, try to do a compliant mechanism and do, like a bendy thing. It'd be kind of interesting if I did that. If I did, like, a little compliant thing. I want it to be as minimalistic as possible because I've only got 1 millimeter in front of this thing. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get it into gear, or I'll break the outside wall. And this thing is at its maximum. I can't move that out anymore. I just can't. I think we're on the road to having a good thing. I think it'll work pretty nicely. How's the print doing? It's far from over. It's got a ways to go. Well, I want to finish this print, and then we'll install it, and I'll show you guys what it looks like, because I think it'll be cool. We're about 50% of the way there. It's going to be another 20 minutes. Holy shit. Another 20 minutes. This thing kind of lied to us. My print estimator is not up to snuff. But we'll let it go through its paces, and then I'll put it all together, and I think we'll be able to put together something pretty neat, and that'll give us a nice little pin on the stream. I'll keep working on this in the meantime. It's already a cursed fusion design. Everything is weird and wrong, so I'll continue to curse it with additional steps, and it'll be pretty cool. I need like a light on that. I could sit here with my pen light. Where'd the pen light go? There it is. I bought these little LED pen lights. Man, they're useful. It's Nice to have a little tiny handheld light, huh? Shiny and emerald. That thing's smooth as hell. Damn. The top layers going in are like glass. Holy crap. I wonder how they're probably going to be ruined by the time they actually... It's still shiny. Yeah, I need to get like a little LED light on this thing, so it's like this. Just a little LED light. A little bit of tweaking with the piston. Yeah, I think it's got a lot more potential. We've kind of run into... There's enough room in there that I think I can get everything done that I want to get done. I think it might just happen to work. These springs are like, I think I only have one of the types with the 6mm, but I can put smaller push springs in there if I need to. And I might want to do that. Just use much smaller springs. So the more I do this, the more I turn it into something that's going to explode into a billion pieces when it comes apart. I'll be like, I need to adjust something and take one screw out, and then 15 springs are going to fly out of it. And this thing could probably benefit from like a compliant mechanism. I wonder if... Let me Google. Hold on. Let's... Maybe like a Thingiverse. Let's ping their Raspberry Pi that they have running this whole website. Compliant detent. Ultra amp short dart conversion. Is this a Nerf thing? This is a Nerf thing, isn't it? Talon mag adapter and extended pusher for the Nerf Ultra. Yeah, there we go. I was right. It wouldn't be a BMW-inspired car part if it wasn't a pain in the ass to work on. I found the opposite with BMW. You guys all have these bad... BMW is filled with pricks and it's hard to work on and blah, blah, blah. No, I've had a great time working on BMW. The only car that's easier... okay, two make and models that are easier to work on. One is Porsche. At least they're older ones, is all I know. Porsches are very easy to work on, especially the suspension components, because everything is just exactly the way it should be, right? There's not a lot of excess. And then the other one, believe it or not, is Saturn. Saturns are really easy to work on. Like, really... A friend of mine was like, I got to do a brake change in my Saturn. I'm like, all right. Gear up for a brake change, you know, a brake pad change. That's always such a pain in the ass. And we get in there, we're like, all right, let's get ready to do a lot of work. And then we're like, boop, 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 done. What? It was so easy. Yeah, those are the two cars that were super easy to work on. But like, I've never had a lot of trouble with BMW for the limited amount that I've worked on them. Friends' cars, my own car, E39 to 46 has been sort of where I live, and I've not found it to be terribly difficult. What I do find difficult, VW. VW is ass. It's complete ass to work on. It is complete ass to work on. Transverse engines and just a bunch of other like design choices that are made throughout history with VW. This is a detent for your throttle. How are they doing it? Look at that. See, this is why we need to look at these other designs and see what they're doing. Because they added... Wait, which one is this? Oh, X55. See, I need to make my X65 into the throttle for my setup, because the X65 is very much like this one. It is a great throttle. I really, really like it. But anyway, they've got like a little spring with like a compliant mechanism on it. And just like a ball? What the hell? So I guess your roller is riding against the plastic at all times, and then he's got these two click-ins over here. VW's crap to work on indeed. broken down from electrical. You have a much newer one, though, right? Yours is much newer, if I recall correctly. Oh, I just heard weird noises from the printer. Hold on. There. Now, it still seems to be functioning all right. I think we've gotten through the portion of the print where it needs to do the support. Oh, I guess, do you need to, like, push something in order to disengage? Well, that's cool. That's a cool little mod. So they have a roller that's running along a track, and then it hits the detent. First gen CAN bus. 04 Golf 5. Mine was a 01 Wolfsburg Golf 4, Mark 4. So similar, but kind of really different. This is what Gonad, I believe, has been wanting to build for a while. So we can use it as a tiller in my summer car for the boat, but also a handbrake, but also a helicopter throttle. That is just a pillbox. No, no, no. I'm looking for ideas on ball detents. Yeah, helicopters have this control. It's an easy one to 3D print. I mean, you can easily make something like that. And I've been wanting to do that. I've only just gotten the steering wheel working, so. The pedals for my flight setup, when we get back to that in the year 2052, they sit on the floor. So I don't really have room for like a, well, that's kind of a cool throttle. I don't really have room for like a helicopter throttle. What is this doing? Whatever it's doing, it's cool. Filament loader for multiple mechanism, auto rewind spool holder. Oh, so when you pluck out your other one, you can rewind it with this? But this is an auto, what? Auto rewind? What the fuck are you people doing with your printers? There's like a limiting mechanism down here. Huh. That's cool and maybe over-engineered, but neat. Waymaker version 2. Nerf blaster. These kids making their own Nerf guns. Some kind of a valve. I'm not finding a lot of generic detent mechanisms. You find the thing that I'm thinking of mostly. You find in like switches, just like industrial switches, like those little push switches. See, this one has, yeah, there's the track that it follows. I don't think this one has like a reverse lockout. I forget. We didn't build this one. I'm trying to remember why. Trying to remember why. All kinds of neato mods. I like Thingiverse. It's kind of a fun. Viper, oh god. If you got money, you can use Viper. Oh, they got the whole thing. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Gonad should look at this one, man. This one's pretty cool. Oh no, you already need to have the switches? Nah, never mind. You need to have all these switches in order to print this. What are these things? Can you just buy them? I'm not going to read that. That's way too much. That's way too much. I'm just looking for like a detent mechanism, like a generic one that might give me any ideas. We're hunting for ideas while we print out this thing, which is, you know, a big part of engineering is having that creative spark. And I'm trying to force the creative spark. Adjustable magnet detent. Magnets aren't going to be the solution here. There's too many forces involved. AR pistol grip. Oh god. Twitch is going to ban me if I so much as even mention. Toothbrush case. Yeah, that's pretty close. Ball detent. There's a lot of explanation as to what this First Strike T15 paintball. Oh, so this is for a paintball ball detent. All right, no. Yeah, there's some cool stuff on here, man. People make some cool stuff if you get into the right categories. I can make miniature seats. I just need to print them a little larger so that I could sit in them. Little tiny seats. What the fuck is that thing? Electric brain replica. Okay, all right. Yeah, you do you. You do what you're doing over there. That's fine. Oh, let's see. Just trying to find something for like any inspiration, but I think what we got is probably going to end up working. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could involve ball detent on it. I think that's what I searched before. I'll probably get very similar results. I wanted to take it back and be a little bit more generic. Same things that we were seeing before. I have the tool holders. I need to buy a couple more of those. They're cheap. Plunger detent. Oh, maybe. I'll try plunger detent because it's weird. Plunger detent. Well, that's just weird. Now I just get weird stuff. Why is this thing triggering on everything? That's an AR-15. No. Roller. Agwell for Griffin. H-shifter with sequential mode. This is the original. Oh, this is a different one, actually. This is a different design. I didn't see this one before. Yeah, I guess this one has a thing that you can enable in order to make it go sequential. Ooh, okay. We didn't do this one. Oh, that H plate giving me nightmares. Hey, if it works for them, it works for them, you know? Yeah, not quite. Not quite. Dryer mod? No. Yeah, we're not doing a roller delayed blowback mechanism. Oops, we're not HK. Ball detent. Let's take it to page 3. Do we only get 3 pages? Hey, it's Duresta. Oh, it's a case for Duresta's blade. Magnetic multi-bit? No. First strike, Tiberius ball. What? Wait, what? What is that? National Panasonic. Huh? What is that? I think we're getting into like Plinko or Pachinko machines or whatever. Plinketto. Switch 8 position for ball BCD. Binary coded display. LR54 button. This Thingiverse is breaking down. It doesn't know. Detent gave us better results than anything else. Detent? Does that work on Thingiverse? Doing a bad spelling? Detent. Bob Long detent. Bob Long, is that a paintball marker? I'm trying to remember. For a little while I didn't have the button to disengage the back of my switch to disengage the switch controllers from the actual screen. I should probably look at that and print up one of those. Just assume, yeah. Well, it's not a bad policy, but it's a little cynical. It's a little cynical. What is that? No sue mask. Huh? What? Some people should have CAD taken away from them. This is Dr. Seuss fucking thing. No, it's actually not a bad solution. He's just re-aiming the flash, but it's like some Dr. Seuss kind of shit. This guy could really benefit from, I don't know. Do like a 90-degree angle thing. It should be like a 90-degree or 45-degree plate that's doing the reflection. Instead, he seems to think that light is like water. Or they seem to think light is like water, and they're just getting... I mean, they're trying to diffuse the light so that that's going to achieve some diffusion just through the randomness of whatever the hell's going on in here. But really, you want to be controlling that light. Well, it's going to be diffused out of the flash, so... I feel the need to push back against some of the tech guy cynicism that we see both both in chat and on the Discord. And so sometimes I come down hard on you guys, and I hope you know it's from a place of love. I just don't want it to be so cynical around here all the time, right? Because it's depressing. It's hard to hang out with people like that. And I want this to be a fun channel about fun stuff. We can get a little cynical sometimes, but I like to keep things a little positive, you know? I got in a bad mood today just because people kept coming in and asking me to explain exactly what I was already talking about. What is this thing? You don't want to derive too much pleasure from your cynicism, because then you end up being a horrible person to be around. This is 2 ball bearings on the bottom of Mongoose. It's for Squardens. Please don't change over to cynical. Oh, you mean pyro-cynical? You can watch whoever you want on Twitch. I don't mind. It looks like they have like a detent on it for some reason. So what they're doing is the same thing, but they've got bearings rolling, and the bearings roll over and they block off into this stuff. We don't have space for bearings and stuff. I've got another bin that's full of bearings that we could investigate with that, but I don't think it's really going to work out all that well. Just came from Bugshot in Montana. Would work, but in reality you wouldn't want something so rigid. You want to be able to adjust lights. Oh, you were taking pictures of bugs as in a bug shot. I'm thinking of the bug assault that I have sitting in the corner of the shop right now. That's like shoots salt at bugs, but you're talking about actually taking pictures of bugs. That is a gun. That's just straight up a gun. That's a lower receiver for an AR without the handle. Why is that on here? Anyway, Boeing 737 throttle. Yeah, we've kind of run out of results. Insect macro photography. Did you see? I don't know if you might have been, Captain Terrific might have been partially responsible for posting it on the Discord in the first place. But there was a guy, and I think it was a Hackaday article a little while ago, that was taking macro photography of bugs, but he made like a trigger system. So he was able to have all of these different flashes, and he had his focal point locked down. And all he would need to do is maneuver close to the bug, and if the bug got within basically the infrared eye, it would boop, take the picture for him. Pretty cool system. Or I think it did more than that. The way he did it was very complicated, and you know, the way you can do it now is like so much easier, but it was a cool little system, and he had a lot of like granularity and control in order to get very good shots of bugs. I can see you do that with video too if you need to. Look at all those bugs. Mag cover. There's more Nerf stuff. Nope, that might be is that a real gun? Crawl .177. Huh? People are starting to like modify their real guns with printers, I guess now. To each his own. Their own. There's another ball detent for just a spring ball that goes under a throttle. Everybody wants detents on their throttle, it looks like. Oh, it's a pellet gun? Okay. Set up like six speed lights around the box and a 1 or 2 laser system. That's complicated. That's cool though. What are you guys doing with all that equipment? We're taking pictures of bugs. Hey, I just want to take a picture of a bug. We got bugs everywhere, man. Why you gotta do it over here? I think I've run out of like results. Nope. Thingiverse is starting to get angrier and angrier at me for going through the archive. The Apple II in the corner that runs this website is starting to heat up. Not really good in terms of inspiration on here. We're going to end up creating a wholly unique weirdo retention, like a spring push system on this thing. And it's, I don't know, it's another one of these like one-of-a-kind things that we create on this channel. I don't know how many of these I got in me, man. I gotta like, people will be like, why don't you publish it? Oh, piston design? Well, then I need a pusher on the back end, and I mean, I guess I probably do have room for that. So if I wanted it to just be like a small piston, I could try to internal the springs, and I do have smaller springs for that. So that is an option too. Yeah, I guess we got room for that. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You know what? You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. The only problem with my printer right now is that it leaves a huge booger when it retracts like that. Ah, look at that booger. It's enormous. So right now, this thing has the consistency of, man, I don't even know. It's like pudding right now. Well, that's what we have to figure out, and that's what we're gonna figure out. That's why I'm holding applause until the end on design ideas like that. Because I need to figure out what that travel distance is going to be within the system that we create. And if we create just like a generic plunger that'll just sit there and feels like that tap out when it moves, that's all I need, right? It doesn't even need to align properly with anything. It just needs to push up against it. So it'll be cool if it's like a clunk up against it, and then you got to clunk, push it out of the way, and then it pops back out with very little force. More like the stick just naturally pops out. Yeah, and all we need to do is just keep it from resetting. So I think your idea is a little close to what I'm thinking of too. I might not. It obviously won't be as pronounced as what you're creating, what you've put up there. We'll dial it back a little bit. I don't like your design idea, is what I'm saying, and I don't like you. I think it's just time somebody said something about it. Anyway, we're waiting for this thing to cool off. We're waiting for the 2 lines to cross the first time, and then I can spritz it with some Windex, and that should sever it. Now, this part does have a very large surface area on the bottom layer, and I got to be careful about that. The larger the surface area on the bottom layer, the less I can spray and have it pop off. So, I don't know how many people in my in my beautiful audience are attuned to the sarcastic nature of somebody from Philly, but I think I looked for, did I look for cabinet latch? There's probably a bunch of baby proofing. It's probably all baby proofing. And latch implies a totally different item, but we'll take a look. Nope. Double nope. Baby proofing. This is one of those things that just kind of like hits the side of the cabinet. That's completely out of the question. I don't even know what the fuck. That is essentially what we already have. Yeah, hey, whatever it takes, right? You wanna get that baby safe, you get a 3D printer. Kind of similar. What does that link into? Are you're just relying on the flexibility of the 3D print? That's not going to go well for you, my friend. More. Give me more. This is actually pretty close to stuff. Whoa, look at that. That's clever. Do they print it in hideous? All right. That would be just a little catch latch. What is this? Why is this? What is this? Man, the amount of dust that gets on all my stuff for being stored out in the open is pretty ridiculous. I should have catered this shop around having closed doors to store everything, because when it comes to dusting this place off, it is a nightmare. Not a daymare. You just made a cute little steampunk thing for your cat, for your curio, didn't you? Yes, you did. That one looks like letters. What the hell? Whole shop into a clean room. That would require Bother to be a clean person, and that's just weird. Yeah, everybody wants to make, like, you're not, these are $11 for a 10-pack. 20 for $7. 20 for $7 for these things. $7. You don't need to do this. You can just go buy one or go steal one. I don't know. Oh, that's cool. There's your compliant spring, your 3D printed spring. This is another idea that we could do for returning our mechanism back to. We don't have enough room on the outset though, in order for that to be effective for us. Although making something of this shape with a roller that goes down and then having the thing go across and having it, yeah, we could do that, but I don't know. These seem like kind of like they're getting close to the idea of what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is more akin of like a push button switch for like a stereo or something like that, right? And I think you know the geniuses that are out there doing the mechanical design for BMW parts probably have a pretty decent hold on how to design stuff. So our copying them for the most part is our best bet. We just don't have rollers. That's all. If we want to do rollers, we could do rollers, but we've got balls. They'll take that out of context. All right, this thing, what's our temperature at? Temperature. I don't say anything right anymore. Too much talking on the internet. Yeah, we've got a weird shape. Well, I mean, they are constrained to kind of a weird. They're constrained to a weirder shape, aren't they? Look at what they're constrained to. I mean, they've got to fit it within the manual transmission shifter area, which is why this thing is shaped the way that it is. It is a box, but it's got the slopes on the side and this weird shape, what is defined by the boot for the BMW shifter. So yeah, they are confined to kind of a weird space. They just had more room to make exactly what they needed to out of it. So yeah, this little roller here is what we're trying to kind of replicate the feel of. If we can get the feel of this roller, this thing will be perfect. And this is not even the right shifter, but I mean, if I can get the feel of this thing camming over a little ramp, that would be ideal. This thing moves a little bit more than this thing, and our ramp is a slightly different shape. I can alter the shape of the ramp. I need it to hit up against the thing and give me enough force so that when I cam it over this way, it feels like I'm engaging something, but I can also ride that slope. So I can hit up against that slope and go to the gear that I want to go into. So we're doing this iteratively because the distances are all weird. We got a geometric thing going on. We got a weird rotatomerator, and we got to figure out what the distance of the rotation and blah, 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 blah. So we're printing something out that's going to allow us to help measure all of those distances and get everything locked in place. I go over the thing that I'm doing a lot when I stream. It helps. It helps. It helps me. It helps you. Where is my Windex? And I don't want to waste all of my blue. I'm gonna have to switch it up to the black filament in a minute here. Where is the Windex? Oh, it's all the way over there. So I could try to spray it right now, and that might pop it off. That might pop it off. What time are we looking at? Yeah, it's about... I stepped funny on my mic cable. I have a cabled mic in here because I don't want to go to the bathroom and bring you guys with me, because that will happen. If I have a wireless, I will forget to turn it off. Just like I forget to plug in the lav, I'll forget to unplug the wireless mic or mute it or whatever. I could set up a GPS coordinate or maybe a light beam. Yeah, I'm not going to force it off of the bed at all, because it'll bring up parts of the bed with it if I'm not careful. There it is. So the whole point of the detergents is that they get under the print. They get between the print and the bed, and they allow me to pry it up like that. All right, back over to the bench. I got a lot of 3D design to do. Your blue is the Windex. Huh? It's literally just Windex. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm not spraying it with like ammonia. I mean, whatever's in Windex is not ammonia anymore, right? Whatever's in Windex is not ammonia anymore. There's different types of detergents in there. And I'm using it because it evaporates. Put an RF jammer. RF jammers are so illegal. I've done a couple reverse engineering things on some RF jammers. Some of them consumer products. But yeah, they're so illegal. No, you know, I'm not interested in making it work. You guys are very much the type that try to make everything work. I don't need to make it work. That actually printed really well on the supports, and the supports came off with no trouble at all. I like this Polymaker PETG. Look at this stuff, man. Beautiful. You guys are out of focus. Can you guys focus on one thing for once? Jesus Christ. Look at that, man. They're beautiful. Who's afraid of the FCC? They, you know, sometimes they are fairly negligent in their enforcement of stuff, but when they come down like a bag of bricks, man. No, it's not a reaction with ammonia. It's not ammonia anymore. They changed it up. Windex is no longer that kind of stuff. They made it less harmful for your monitor, for your computer monitor. God, I'm listening to roommate's cough. Let's see here. That fits in like this. Pretty good. Pretty decent. That's pretty much what we designed. Let me get some screws for this. I'll just use these. I need 2 millimeters. I think that's these. But not totally long. Hold on. Tweezers. My tweezies are gone. Where have they gone? They're there. Twizzlers. The only problem is if these 2 millimeter screws, they'll catch. They'll hold this. Okay. I was worried that they'd fall through the openings. I didn't really like measure out screws for these. Oh yeah, that'll work perfect. That'll work perfect. Beautiful. Find another one like that. That would be this kind there. Yeah, they're like almost the top of the cap head for these screws are almost the size of the openings on this thing. It's meant to have like countersunk screws and to like look real nice in your cabinet, you know, with your cabinets and everything. But can't have it all. Same screw? Yeah. I think it is. Hope it is. 5 years ago, we bought a gallon of Windex. I still have some. So you got to be careful of it on like screen surfaces and stuff. If you let it linger, do you have to? If you let it linger on a surface, it'll wear it away, or it'll make it it'll hurt it. Newer Windex, I believe they've reformulated so that it doesn't damage electronics. Why can I not? Please. Excuse me. Come on. Go straight in. Come on. Ah! Son of a bitch just stabbed me. All right. You want to play rough? Give it a little taper. Don't leave a puddle on hardwood floors. Yeah. It's not cooperating. Screw's not cooperating. Come on, man. So basically what we're trying to do is make a little self-contained mechanism. Son of a bitch. Why are you doing this? Why? I always take the drill and drill it out, but I don't want to make it a slip fit. All these tiny parts starting to do a number on my hands. What's that? Just like clicked over to something. Oh, maybe there was like a snot bubble in the way. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there was a little bubble of PETG in the way. So for the most part, I mean, I didn't do any clearancing on this thing, right? This is a very one-to-one kind of fit, but I left little bits of space here and there so that things could kind of get a little bit of a wiggle to them if they needed it. But I really didn't factor in a lot of the dimensions, and everything is just about in the right spot. So everything's kind of pressed to fit. Now this won't fit because I need to reduce it a little bit. But this whole mechanism can then go where this one went. We'll see how it fits in. And then I can cut this down a little bit and we can see. Because I know right now that it's not going to have the right amount of force on it. But maybe with a little bit of ingenuity we can make it work. Or maybe I need to redesign the whole thing instead and just be a rollerball mechanism like it had before. It could be a much taller mechanism in the corner of this this whole thing, and maybe it'll have one singular rollerball on it. Well, 2 is probably better, but tilt that into place. Bada bing, look at that. That's great. It just fits right in. It looks like it's meant to be there. Problem number 1. The washer goes right up against it. The spring is actually hitting up against it. I can still get into gear, but it needs to push the spring out of the way. Actually, that still will work, even though that's a little clunky. So, like, if I did a rod that was always connected, it would need to go this distance. It would need to go a really long distance to still connect when I was all the way over there. So basically, right here is where it needs to hit up against the thing. And then here is where it needs... I could probably pick this up. Yeah, we could lift this whole thing up. Like a couple millimeters. I could move this. Well, it needs to be on the same plane, which means that it would start to clip into the side. I assumed we'd all say apply directly to the forehead a few times. That's really how it works, isn't it? All right, so one thing that I could do, because we're hitting up against it. I don't know, you guys here, let's get a microscope view on this. So you guys can see exactly what's going on. And then I'll on Saturday, off stream, because I'm not allowed to stream tomorrow, much as it pains me. Not allowed to stream tomorrow. I'll work on this on my own and see what I can come up with. And if you guys want to help, if you guys want to jump in, knock some ideas around with old bother, hop in the Discord, and you can throw ideas at my face while I scream. But okay, so right there, that is our ball detent, and right here is the spring piston set up with the larger springs that make this feel a little bit more automotive. Now, I've got a washer at the top, I got a washer at the bottom. I could come up with a more minimalistic washer for this thing. I could basically make like a collar mechanism that I would print out that would go at the top and the bottom of this thing, and it would retain this spring a little bit closer. But if I go into, so this is where it should hit. Right? It should hit right there. And then, when we get into gear, bonk. That's kind of where that thing sits with the washer in the way. That could be altered. See, there's still like a millimeter up here. So I guess what I can do is gap the front. And I can put a cut in the front to accommodate that piston. It'd be a weird cut. I need to figure out what that cuts. I mean, I could just make a semicircular cut on the front, right? Just a big old semicircular cut. And then pusher there would have holes there and there unless I push it from the back, like Minion was saying. So if I push it from the back, it'd probably be better if I did, because then it would just be the width of that thing. and then there would be the cutout on the front. Yeah, okay, I think I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it in my mind's eye. Oh, the off-gassing I do is tech driving. I actually, you know what? The fact that these are ball detents could work for our advantage, because with the ball detent, where's another one? I got them sitting all over the desk. We can do a fillet on the top, and it'll hold it against the brass instead of pushing it against the 3D print. So I can have a filleted piece that fits into here and pushes the balls out of the way to make way for the P that's stored within. Okay, this is starting to take shape in my brain. This is starting to take shape in my brain. I think there's a couple little things that I want to like put into the design. It's going to take me a little bit of time, and I think I want to do this like on my own without chat here for it, because all that's going to happen if I print these right now, it's going to lead into another half an hour, and then we got to wait for the printer, and I need to find something to do in the meantime. I'm not going to do that. We're going to end stream. I'm going to be back either Monday or Tuesday. It depends on how I feel and how well I'm cleaning up all the stuff that came from the storage space. Tomorrow, I will be in Discord. I'll be in Discord, and I'll be working on this stuff. I'll probably fire this up tonight. Let me make a couple notes before. Can you take notes in Fusion? Maybe I could just like how do I do this? No, let me do a text file. So oh, no. Bottom of push rod, circular cutout for piston spring bottom only. What was the other one? Springs at back of piston. Measure length. Okay, so those are things that I need to do. And we'll put that notes, noted, and I'll put that in. You know I'm not going to read that. I'll leave it up on this computer. I'm not even going to save it. I'm just going to leave it up on this computer as a list of things that I need to do. This computer is going to be, you know what? I'm putting this in the Discord. It's the only place I'll retain the information. Hold on. We need to go to a special Discord view. Special Discord view. Here we go. This is my special Discord typing view that you guys get. Because the last time I showed Discord on stream, some asshat went in and tried to post a bunch of bullshit. I don't think they can do that anymore, by the way, just because of moderation settings. Discord has fixed a lot of those problems, but back in the day, people would jump in and post ridiculous bullshit. Okay, so that's in Discord now. I got a list of things that I need to do, and I think the design will come along. I need to sort of like back up and sort of redesign a couple things and figure out a couple lengths, a couple distances now that I have a little bit of hardware in place. But well, you gotta have the joke that you can do the close up with. I don't have the 2 levels like Milton has. His 2 levels of zoom are beautiful. They're so good. Anyway, I'm going to change up the filament. I'm going to change it to black just so that I'm not wasting. Like, black and gray are the 2, like workhorse colors that I have that I'll just constantly be reordering. Whereas the emeraldy and sapphire-y and really beautiful, shiny colors are for, like, decorative things. They're not really for functional stuff. So I'll flip up the filament. I'm going to get a couple tests going with this stuff and figure out what I need is, like, distances and things like that. Basically, what I can do is make a piece that butts up on the end of the cabinet thing. I mean, we're going all in with the cabinet thing right now. Hopefully I can find an angle for the ramp that's going to properly express the type of click over that I need from this thing. So what I'll do is I'll have a piece that butts up against the one end of this thing, and when it gets pushed this way, it'll just get pushed by springs, very weak springs, that'll be able to push it back. That's all we need. And then on the front, we just need a plunger that's going to meet up with the things that are hanging the piston. And I think that'll be our click over mechanism. It's a lot more complicated than just our 2 you know, where'd those go? Our two little spring pushers, the burning. You guys know the noise. You know the noise. You know the, I don't have to tell you the noise. You know the noise. You know the noise. You know the noise. Anyway, instead of just two of these things, because these start out with absolutely zero spring force, and so there's too gentle of sort of an there's too gentle of haptic feedback on that. It needs to feel like I'm hitting up against a wall, and then from there, it just, there's no other force, and then it can just very lazily pop back. I think we're going to get it right. Just going to take a little bit. All right. So in that vein, do not think there's anybody that we can I mean, it's Friday. Everybody's going to be Facebook. What the fuck? Twitch. Jeez. URLs are all messed up. I don't know if there's anybody that I feel that we can raid into just carte blanche. Sickab is still doing Evolve. Davies is doing Davies things. My Summer Car. Aside from that, I will bid you all a fair Friday, and I'll see you on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, check out Davies if you guys haven't. Turbonad's got the name right there. We'll rate him at some point. I mean, he is doing MSC right now, but maybe when we're closer to doing the rally for real, then we'll raid in Davies. But for now, yeah, have a good weekend, everybody, and I'll be around Discord, so you can catch me on Discord. Here are all the links to everything you need. So technically 20 hours, 31. I'm not actually going on tomorrow. I'm not going on tomorrow. We might do, if I'm feeling it, a Monday, but definitely Tuesday. So I'll see you guys then at the latest. Until then, take care. Okay, you had to get just like right on the last word. Right on the last word. You know, I can't even get the last